On an October morning in 331 BCE, on a vast and featureless plain in what is now northern Iraq, a 25-year-old king stood in his chariot and stared across the dust at the largest army the ancient world had ever assembled. The plain of Gaugamela stretched before him like a table set for slaughter. Darius III had personally ordered the ground leveled and smoothed so that his 200 scythed chariots could build speed before they hit the Macedonian line. Behind those chariots stood 250,000 men drawn from every corner of the Persian Empire. Indian war elephants swaying in the heat haze, Bactrian cavalry in scaled armor, Persian immortals with golden pomegranates gleaming on the butts of their spears, Scythian horse archers, Babylonian infantry, and contingents from provinces whose names most Greeks had never heard spoken aloud. Against all of this, Alexander III of Macedon commanded 47,000 soldiers. They were outnumbered by something approaching 5 to 1. His own generals had urged a night attack, hoping darkness might blunt the impossible arithmetic. Alexander had refused. He would defeat the great king in daylight, he said, or not at all. What happened on that plain over the next several hours would destroy a dynasty that had ruled the known world for 2 centuries, rewrite the political map from the Mediterranean to the Himalayas, and transform a young Macedonian king into something that would blur the line between man and myth for the next 2,000 years. But Gaugamela was not the beginning. It was the culmination of a life that had been bent toward this moment since before Alexander could walk. And to understand how a young man came to stand on that plain with the confidence to refuse a tactical advantage against a force 5 times his size, we have to go back much further, to the sources that survived the centuries, to the men who knew him and the men who studied the men who knew him, and to a childhood that was extraordinary even by the standards of an extraordinary age. The ancient accounts of Alexander's life come primarily from 5 surviving historians, though all of them wrote decades or even centuries after his death. The earliest and most respected is Arian of Nicomedia, a Greek-Roman historian of the 2nd century who based his account on the now-lost writings of Ptolemy, one of Alexander's own generals who later became pharaoh of Egypt, and Aristobulus, an engineer who accompanied the campaigns. Arian chose these sources deliberately. Ptolemy had fought beside Alexander from the first river crossing into Asia to the final days in Babylon. Aristobulus had measured siege works, calculated river widths, and recorded the practical details of a campaign that reshaped the world. Alongside Arian, we have Plutarch's biography, Diodorus Siculus's universal history, Curtius Rufus's dramatic Latin narrative, and Justin's epitome of the earlier historian Trogus. Each carries biases. Each preserves details the others omit. Together, they give us a portrait of Alexander that is simultaneously one of the most documented and most debated lives in all of ancient history. What follows draws on all of them, weighted toward Arian where they conflict, and towards the archaeological and epigraphic evidence where the literary sources fall silent. The kingdom Alexander was born into was not the Greece of marble temples and philosophical symposiums that the modern imagination tends to conjure. Macedonia occupied the northern periphery of the Greek world, a landscape of broad river valleys, dense oak forests, and mountain ranges that trapped cold air in winter and bred hard men in every season. The great city-states to the south, Athens, Thebes, Corinth, Sparta, regarded the Macedonians as semi-barbarians at best. They spoke a dialect that other Greeks strained to understand. They drank their wine unmixed, which to Athenian sensibilities was practically a confession of savagery. Their kings ruled not through democratic assemblies or philosophical constitutions, but through personal charisma, military prowess, and the constant, exhausting management of an aristocratic warrior class that would follow a strong king into fire and murder a weak one over dinner. The Macedonian court was not a place of gentle politics. It was a crucible where ambition, loyalty, and violence existed in a mixture so volatile that survival itself constituted a kind of achievement. Into this world, in the summer of 356 BCE, Alexander was born in Pella, the Macedonian capital, a city that the Southerners would have called provincial but that was in truth the bustling administrative heart of a kingdom on the rise. His father was Philip II, and to understand Alexander, you must first understand Philip, because nearly everything the son accomplished was built on foundations the father laid, and nearly everything that drove the son forward was shaped by the complicated, competitive, and ultimately tragic relationship between them. Philip II had come to the Macedonian throne in circumstances that would have destroyed a lesser man. He spent his adolescence as a hostage in Thebes, held there as a guarantee of Macedonian good behavior. It was meant as a humiliation. Philip transformed it into an education. In Thebes, he studied under Epaminondas, the greatest military innovator of the age, the general who had broken Spartan supremacy at the Battle of Leuctra through a revolutionary tactical idea, the oblique order of battle, in which one wing was deliberately strengthened to overwhelming force while the other was held back. Philip absorbed this lesson the way dry wood absorbs flame. He also observed Theban infantry tactics at close range, studied their use of the elite sacred band, and came to understand something that would reshape warfare in the ancient world, that disciplined infantry, properly trained and properly armed, could defeat any force on earth if they were led by a commander willing to innovate. When Philip returned to Macedonia and seized the throne from a succession of rivals and regents, he was 23 years old and already possessed of a strategic vision that dwarfed anything his predecessors had imagined. He rebuilt the Macedonian army from its foundations. The centerpiece of his revolution was the sarissa, a pike roughly 18 feet long, nearly twice the length of the standard Greek hoplite spear. A phalanx armed with sarissas could project a hedge of spear points so deep and so dense that no opposing infantry could physically close to fighting distance. The front ranks of a Macedonian phalanx presented not one row of spear points, but 5, each row's weapons extending past the men ahead. It was, in effect, a human threshing machine. Philip paired this infantry innovation with something equally revolutionary, a heavy cavalry force, the companion cavalry drawn from the Macedonian aristocracy trained to fight in wedge formations that could punch through a weakened section of an enemy line with the concentrated force of a battering ram. The infantry would pin the enemy in place. The cavalry would deliver the killing blow. It was a combined arms doctrine that would not be significantly improved upon for centuries. With this army, Philip spent 20 years doing what no Macedonian king had done before him. He conquered the neighboring kingdoms and tribal regions one by one, Paeonia, Thrace, Illyria. He took the Greek cities of the northern Aegean coast, including Amphipolis, with its vital silver mines that funded his expanding military. He defeated a combined Athenian and Theban army at the Battle of Chaeronea in 338 BCE and established Macedonian hegemony over virtually all of Greece through the League of Corinth. By the time Alexander was a teenager, his father had transformed Macedonia from a backwater kingdom into the dominant military power in the Greek world, and Philip was not done. He had begun planning the invasion of the Persian Empire, a campaign that would avenge the Persian invasions of Greece a century and a half earlier, and not incidentally channel the martial energies of his newly conquered Greek subjects outward toward a common enemy rather than inward toward rebellion against Macedonian rule. This was the father, a one-eyed titan of war and diplomacy who had lost his right eye to an arrow at the siege of Methone and who carried the scars of more than a dozen wounds across his body. A man who could outdrink, outfight, and outmaneuver anyone in his court. A man of enormous appetites for power, for wine, for women, who married at least 7 times for reasons that blended political calculation with genuine desire. He was brilliant, brutal, charismatic, and impossible to live with. He was also, for the young Alexander, the most important and most infuriating figure in the world. The defining tension of Alexander's youth was simple and devastating. He worshipped his father's accomplishments and lived in terror that there would be nothing left to accomplish. His mother was Olympias, a princess of Epirus, the mountainous region to the west of Macedonia, a land steeped in older traditions and wilder religious practices than anything the Macedonian court was accustomed to. Olympias was, by all surviving accounts, a woman of ferocious intelligence, profound religious devotion, and a political ruthlessness that matched or exceeded her husband's. She was a devotee of the Dionysian mysteries and was said to sleep with sacred snakes coiled in her bed, a detail that the ancient sources record with varying degrees of horror and fascination. Philip, according to Plutarch, once saw a serpent stretched alongside his wife as she slept, and his ardor for her cooled from that night onward, either because he feared the snake represented divine displeasure or because, as Plutarch dryly suggests, he was simply afraid of being cursed. Olympias gave Alexander two things that would shape his entire life. The first was an unshakable belief in his own divine destiny. She told him, from an age when children absorb their parents' stories as absolute truth, that his true father was not Philip at all but Zeus himself, that the king of the gods had come to her in the form of a thunderbolt on the night of Alexander's conception. Whether Olympias believed this literally or whether it was a political weapon designed to elevate her son above Philip's children by other wives, the effect on Alexander was the same. He grew up with a sense of destiny so profound that it bordered on the metaphysical. He did not merely want to conquer the world. He seemed at times to feel that the world was already his and that history was simply the process of making that reality visible. The second thing Olympias gave him was Homer. She placed a copy of the Iliad in his hands at an early age, and Alexander read it the way other children breathed, unconsciously, constantly, as if it were the medium through which he experienced reality itself. He would carry a copy of the Iliad with him for the rest of his life, annotated by his tutor Aristotle, kept beneath his pillow alongside a dagger. The hero he attached himself to was Achilles, not because Achilles was the strongest Greek at Troy, though he was, but because Achilles had chosen a short life of eternal glory over a long life of peaceful obscurity. That choice, embedded in Alexander's psychology before he was old enough to question it, would govern nearly every decision he ever made. When other men weighed risk against reward, Alexander weighed risk against the only thing that mattered, whether the action would make his name last forever. He was, by all accounts, a startling child. Fair-skinned in a society that valued it, with hair that the sources describe as tawny or reddish blonde, and eyes of two slightly different colors, one dark, one lighter, a condition that gave his gaze a quality the ancients found unsettling and captivating in equal measure. He was not tall. The ancient sources suggest he was shorter than average, though powerfully built, with a neck that tilted slightly to one side and a habit of gazing upward that later sculptors would immortalize as a divine aspiration, but that may have been nothing more than a physical characteristic. He moved with an explosive energy that never seemed to leave him. Plutarch records that when Persian ambassadors visited the Macedonian court during one of Philip's absences, the young Alexander, perhaps 10 years old at the time, entertained them not with childish questions about the famed Persian gardens or the exotic animals of the East, but with precise probing inquiries about the condition of the royal roads, the distances between major cities, the fighting qualities of the great king's army, and the tactical disposition of Persian forces along the borders. The ambassadors were reportedly unnerved. They remarked to each other that Philip was the king, but the boy was the one who was truly great. Then came Bucephalus. The story is one of the most famous anecdotes in ancient biography, and it survives in nearly every source because it crystallizes in a single scene everything that Alexander would become. Philip had been offered a magnificent black stallion by a horse dealer from Thessaly, but the animal proved completely unmanageable. It reared, kicked, and threw every rider who attempted to mount it. Philip, disgusted, ordered the horse led away. Alexander, watching from the crowd when he was 12 or 13 at the time, spoke up and said he could handle the animal. Philip, amused or irritated, agreed to let him try. What Alexander had noticed, and what every experienced horseman in the court had missed, was that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. The movement of that dark shape on the ground was what was driving the animal to frenzy. Alexander walked calmly to the horse, took its bridle, and turned it to face directly into the sun so that its shadow fell behind it and out of sight. Then he spoke to the animal, stroked it, and in one fluid motion vaulted onto its back. Bucephalus surged forward into a gallop, and Alexander rode it across the plain and back with a control so absolute that it silenced the entire court. Philip, according to Plutarch, wept. He embraced his son and said words that carry the weight of prophecy and heartbreak in equal measure. "My son," he told him, "seek a kingdom equal to yourself. Macedonia is too small for you." Bucephalus would carry Alexander across 3 continents. The horse would be at his side for nearly 20 years, through every major battle from the Granicus to the Hydaspes, and when it finally died of old age and exhaustion in India, Alexander would found a city in its name. But the story matters less for the horse than for what it reveals about the boy. Alexander's genius was not simply courage, though he had courage in quantities that verged on pathology. His genius was perception, the ability to see what everyone else had missed, to identify the one variable that mattered, and to act on that insight with a speed and decisiveness that left slower minds struggling to comprehend what had just happened. It was this quality, more than any other, that would make him the most successful military commander the ancient world ever produced. At 13, his formal education took on a dimension that no other prince of his era could claim. Philip, recognizing that his son needed an intellectual framework to match his ambition, invited Aristotle to serve as Alexander's private tutor. Not a local philosopher, not a court rhetorician. Aristotle, the former student of Plato, arguably the most important thinker in the history of Western civilization. Philip built a special school for the purpose at the rural sanctuary of Beas, a quiet place of colonnaded walkways and shaded gardens where Alexander and a small group of aristocratic boys, including Hephaestion, Ptolemy, and several others, who would later serve as his closest companions and generals, studied under the philosopher's direct supervision for roughly 3 years. What Aristotle taught Alexander is a subject of considerable scholarly debate. The curriculum certainly included rhetoric, philosophy, medicine, and the natural sciences. Aristotle's own interests were encyclopedic, and he was not the sort of teacher who would have limited a gifted student to narrow subjects. Alexander's later fascination with the natural world, he would send botanical and zoological specimens back to Aristotle from the far reaches of Asia, suggests that the philosopher ignited in him a genuine scientific curiosity. His ability to manage complex logistics, administer conquered territories, and navigate the intricate politics of a multicultural empire suggests that Aristotle's training in practical reasoning and political philosophy left a deep mark. But perhaps the most consequential lesson Aristotle imparted was a sense of the systematic, the belief that the world could be studied, categorized, understood, and therefore mastered. Alexander did not merely conquer territory, he cataloged it, mapped it, measured its rivers, and studied its peoples with an intensity that was part scientific and part proprietary. He experienced the world the way Aristotle taught him to, as a vast, intelligible system waiting to be comprehended by a sufficiently powerful mind. Yet Aristotle also reinforced something that would prove deeply problematic as Alexander's conquest carried him further from the Greek world. The philosopher taught that Greeks were naturally suited to rule and that non-Greeks, barbaroi, barbarians, were naturally suited to be ruled. This was not an unusual belief in 4th century Greece. It was, in fact, the philosophical consensus. But it was a conviction that Alexander would eventually and dramatically reject. And the collision between Aristotle's worldview and Alexander's lived experience of Persian, Egyptian, and Central Asian civilizations would create one of the defining tensions of his later reign. The tension between the Greek identity that formed him and the universal vision that consumed him. At 16, Alexander's education ended abruptly. Philip departed for a military campaign against Byzantium and left his teenage son as regent of Macedonia, a responsibility that would have crushed most boys and that Alexander seems to have embraced without hesitation. During Philip's absence, a Thracian tribe called the Madi revolted on Macedonia's northern border. Alexander gathered a force, marched against them, defeated them decisively, and, in a move that announced his intentions to anyone paying attention, renamed their principal settlement Alexandropolis. His father had founded Philippi. The son would found Alexandropolis. The message was unmistakable. He was not content to be Philip's heir. He was already Philip's rival. 2 years later, at the age of 18, Alexander commanded the left wing of the Macedonian army at the Battle of Chaeronea, the engagement that established Macedonian supremacy over all of Greece. It was the companion cavalry under Alexander's command that broke the sacred band of Thebes, the legendary elite unit that had never been defeated in battle. All 300 members of the sacred band fell where they stood, fighting to the last man. It was Alexander's first major battle, and the annihilation of the most feared military unit in Greece was his personal achievement. Philip had entrusted him with the decisive blow, and Alexander had delivered it with a violence and precision that left no doubt. This was not merely a talented prince. This was something the Greek world had not seen before. But the years between Chaeronea and Philip's death were not a smooth ascent. They were marked by a rupture between father and son so severe that it nearly cost Alexander the throne and possibly his life. The catalyst was Philip's final marriage, his seventh, to a young Macedonian noblewoman named Cleopatra Eurydice, the niece of one of Philip's most powerful generals, Attalus. The marriage was politically explosive because Cleopatra was fully Macedonian. Olympias was Epirote, a foreigner, and any son born to Cleopatra would have a stronger claim to the Macedonian throne by blood than Alexander himself. At the wedding feast, Attalus raised a toast calling on the gods to provide Macedonia with a legitimate heir, a word that landed like a blade across Alexander's face. Alexander hurled his wine cup at Attalus. Philip drew his sword and lunged at his own son. Drunk, limping on a leg that had been shattered in a previous campaign, Philip stumbled and fell. Alexander looked down at the most powerful man in Greece sprawled on the floor and said, with a coldness that the sources record without commentary, "Look, here is a man who is preparing to cross from Europe to Asia, and he cannot even cross from one couch to another." It was the kind of remark that ended political careers and sometimes lives. Alexander and Olympias fled Macedonia. Olympias went to her brother's court in Epirus. Alexander retreated to Illyria. For months, the succession was in genuine doubt. A reconciliation was eventually brokered. Alexander returned to Pella, and on the surface the relationship was repaired, but beneath the surface nothing was the same. Philip now had a new young wife who might produce a son, and a network of courtiers who had openly questioned Alexander's claim. Alexander had a mother who whispered of divine blood and a growing certainty that he could trust no one except the small circle of companions, Hephaestion, Ptolemy, Nearchus, Perdiccas, who had shared his education at Mysa and who owed their futures to his. This was the world in the autumn of 336 BCE, when Philip II attended the wedding of his daughter Cleopatra to Alexander of Epirus in the old Macedonian capital of Aegae. It was meant to be a celebration of dynastic power and political reconciliation. Philip entered the theater at dawn, walking between his son Alexander and his new son-in-law dressed in white, deliberately unarmed to show his confidence and his sovereignty. The crowd cheered. The morning light streamed through the colonnades, and in that light a young man from Philip's own bodyguard, Pausanias of Orestis, stepped forward and drove a Celtic short sword into the king's ribs. Philip fell. The assassin ran for the gate where horses had been prepared. He tripped on a vine root and was killed by pursuing guards before he could speak a word about who, if anyone, had sent him. The motive has been debated for 2,500 years. Pausanias had a personal grievance. He had been assaulted by associates of Attalus, and Philip had failed to give him justice. But personal grievance does not explain prepared horses at the gate. Someone had organized this. Ancient suspicion fell on Olympias, who had the most obvious motive, and who reportedly honored Pausanias' corpse with a crown of laurel. Modern scholars have pointed to Alexander himself, or to Persian agents hoping to prevent the invasion of their empire, or to factions within the Macedonian court who preferred a different successor. The truth is that we do not know. What we know is the consequence. Philip II, the most formidable king Macedonia had ever produced, the architect of Greek unity, the man who had planned the invasion of Persia and spent a decade preparing for it, was dead on the stones of his own theater at the age of 46. And Alexander, 20 years old, with his father's blood still drying in the morning sun, stepped forward to claim the throne. He moved with a speed that speaks either to long preparation or to an instinct so sharp it was functionally indistinguishable from planning. Within hours of Philip's death, Alexander secured the support of the army and the only institution in Macedonia whose opinion truly mattered. Key rivals and potential claimants were eliminated with a ruthlessness that Olympias and Alexander's allies executed in parallel. Attalus was killed on Alexander's orders. Cleopatra Eurydice and her infant daughter were murdered, almost certainly on Olympias's instructions, a crime that Alexander publicly distanced himself from but privately did nothing to prevent or punish. The Macedonian succession was not a constitutional process. It was a rapid, brutal culling, and Alexander emerged from it not as one candidate among many, but as the only candidate left alive. Within weeks, he marched south to secure Greece. The city-states, sensing opportunity in Philip's death, had begun to stir. Thebes and Athens were openly discussing revolt. Alexander moved so fast that he appeared at the pass of Thermopylae before the Greeks had finished debating whether he was a threat. The League of Corinth confirmed him as hegemon in his father's place. He was 20 years old and already controlled everything from the Danube to the southern tip of the Peloponnese. But control on paper and control in reality were different things. The following spring, while Alexander was campaigning against the Triballian Getae along the Danube, pushing further north than any Macedonian army had ever gone, crossing the river at night on improvised rafts to strike the Getae at dawn, in a display of operational audacity that was becoming his signature. A rumor reached the Greek city-states that Alexander was dead. Thebes revolted. The city expelled its Macedonian garrison and called on all of Greece to rise against the barbarian tyranny of Macedonia. Alexander was not dead. He was 400 miles to the north. What he did next entered the annals of military history as one of the most remarkable forced marches of the ancient world. In 13 days, he moved his entire army from the Danube to the gates of Thebes, a distance of roughly 300 miles through mountain passes and across rivers at a pace of over 20 miles per day in full gear. The Thebans did not believe the reports of his approach. They assumed it was a different Alexander or a different Macedonian general entirely. The real Alexander could not possibly have covered that distance in that time. They were still debating the matter when the Macedonian phalanx appeared on the ridgeline above their city. The siege of Thebes lasted a single day. The city that had broken Sparta, the city of the sacred band, the city where Philip had spent his formative years as a hostage and learned the art of war. That city fell in hours. Alexander offered terms before the assault. They were refused. What followed was not merely a military defeat, but an act of calculated annihilation. 6,000 Thebans were killed in the fighting. 30,000 survivors were sold into slavery. The city itself was razed to the ground. Every building was demolished except the temples and the house of the poet Pindar, which Alexander spared as a gesture toward Greek cultural heritage that made the surrounding destruction all the more pointed. The message to every other city-state in Greece was delivered not in words but in rubble and silence. Athens sent an embassy of surrender. Sparta maintained its sullen independence but posed no threat. Greece was quiet. Alexander was 21. His father's kingdom was secure. His father's army was the most formidable fighting force on earth. And his father's great project in the invasion of the Persian Empire was waiting for someone bold enough to attempt it. Alexander turned his gaze east toward the Hellespont, toward Asia, toward the empire of Darius III, and toward a destiny that would carry him to the edge of the known world and beyond it. In the spring of 334 BCE, he gathered his army at Sestos on the European shore of the Hellespont. 40,000 infantry, 6,000 cavalry. An officer corps drawn from the boys he had studied with under the colonnades at Mieza, now grown into hard and experienced soldiers who had fought beside him in Thrace, on the Danube, and at Thebes. He left behind Antipater, one of Philip's most trusted generals, to govern Macedonia and manage the always volatile Greek city-states with a garrison of 12,000 troops. Then he sailed across the narrow strait that separated Europe from Asia. As his ship approached the Asian shore, Alexander stood in full armor at the prow and hurled a spear into the sand of the beach. The meaning was ceremonial and absolute. Asia was Spear One land. It belonged to him by right of conquest, and the conquest had just begun. His first act on Asian soil was not military, but mythic. He traveled to the ruins of Troy and made sacrifices at the tomb of Achilles. He ran naked around the tomb with his companions, as tradition demanded, and laid a wreath upon the stone. He traded his own armor for a set of ancient weapons said to have been preserved in the temple of Athena since the Trojan War. Arrian records that Alexander declared Achilles fortunate because he had Homer to immortalize his deeds. The implication hung unspoken in the warm Aegean air. Alexander intended to do things that would require their own Homer. He simply hadn't found one yet. The army moved north and east toward the interior of Asia Minor, toward the satraps who governed the western provinces of the Persian Empire and who were, even now, assembling an army to stop him at the first natural barrier he would encounter, the cold, fast-running waters of the Granicus River. The Granicus River cuts through the coastal plain of northwestern Asia Minor like a scar, a modest waterway by modern standards, perhaps 60 feet across in most places, but with steep, muddy banks that rose 4 feet or more above the waterline on the eastern side. It was here, in May of 334 BCE, that the Persian satraps of Asia Minor chose to make their stand. Their reasoning was sound. The river itself was the defense. Any army attempting to cross would have to wade through chest-deep water under missile fire, then climb slippery clay banks into the teeth of a cavalry line waiting above. The Persians positioned their cavalry along the eastern bank, perhaps 20,000 horsemen, including some of the finest riders in the empire, with their Greek mercenary infantry held in reserve on the high ground behind. The plan was simple. Let the river do the killing. Let the Macedonians exhaust themselves in the crossing, and then cut them apart on the bank before they could form up. Alexander arrived at the Granicus in the late afternoon. His general Parmenion, the most experienced commander in the army and a man who had served Philip for decades, urged caution. "Cross at dawn," he said. "Find a wider, shallower point upstream. Do not attempt a frontal assault across a defended river in fading light." It was textbook advice, and it was almost certainly correct by any conventional military logic. Alexander rejected it. Some ancient sources suggest he rejected it specifically because Parmenion had proposed it, that the rivalry between the young king and his father's old general was already shaping tactical decisions. Others suggest that Alexander understood something Parmenion did not, that the Persians expected him to wait, and that the psychological shock of an immediate attack would be worth more than any tactical advantage gained by delay. What happened next became the template for every battle Alexander would ever fight. He organized the assault personally, riding along the riverbank in full view of the Persian line, his distinctive white-plumed helmet and polished armor making him unmistakable, deliberately unmistakable, because Alexander understood that his visibility was itself a weapon. He placed the companion cavalry on the right wing, where he would lead them himself, and ordered a diversionary attack on the left to draw Persian attention before launching the main assault. The crossing was brutal. The first Macedonian cavalry units entered the river and were immediately met with a storm of javelins from the Persian horsemen above. Horses screamed and stumbled on the rocky riverbed. Men in heavy armor went under the water and did not come up. The muddy eastern bank turned into a killing ground where Macedonian riders tried to force their mounts up the slope while Persian cavalry thrust downward with lances and slashed with cavalry swords. For several minutes, The issue was genuinely in doubt. The diversionary force was being shredded. Then Alexander struck. Leading the companion cavalry in their wedge formation, he drove into the river at a point slightly upstream of the main engagement, where the current was faster but the bank was fractionally lower. The companions surged up the far bank and crashed into the Persian cavalry line at an oblique angle, exactly as Philip's tactical doctrine prescribed. Pin the enemy with infantry. Deliver the decisive blow with heavy cavalry on the flank. The impact was devastating. The Persian cavalry, already focused on the diversionary attack downstream, suddenly found Alexander's wedge tearing into their left flank. The line buckled. In the swirling melee that followed, Alexander himself came within seconds of death. He was surrounded by Persian noblemen who recognized him by his helmet and targeted him specifically. A cavalryman named Rosacus struck Alexander on the helmet with a sword blow so powerful that it sheared through the metal and cut into his scalp. As Alexander staggered, a second Persian, Spithridates, the satrap of Lydia, raised his sword for a killing blow from behind. At that precise instant, Clitus, called the Black, one of Alexander's companion cavalry officers and the brother of his childhood nurse, severed Spithridates' arm at the shoulder. The blade that would have split Alexander's skull fell harmlessly into the mud, still clutched in a hand attached to nothing. Alexander recovered, blood streaming from beneath his dented helmet, and fought on. The Persian cavalry broke. Once the line fragmented, the rout was total. Persian horsemen fled east across the plain, leaving the Greek mercenary infantry stranded on the hillside without cavalry support. What followed was one of the most coldly deliberate acts of Alexander's early career. The Greek mercenaries, perhaps 4,000 or 5,000 men who had taken Persian gold to fight against a fellow Greek, sent heralds asking for terms. Alexander refused. He ordered a full assault by the phalanx from the front and cavalry from the flank simultaneously. The mercenaries were surrounded and massacred. Only 2,000 survived to be sent back to Macedonia in chains, condemned to forced labor for the crime of fighting against fellow Greeks in the service of the barbarian king. The severity was deliberate. Alexander could not afford to let Greek mercenaries in Persian service believe that surrender was an easy option. Every Greek soldier of fortune in Asia Minor needed to understand that taking Persian coin meant death, not ransom. It was pragmatic ruthlessness of the highest order, and it worked. The supply of Greek mercenaries willing to fight for Persia slowed dramatically after the Granicus, though it never stopped entirely. The victory's strategic consequences rippled across Asia Minor within weeks. The western satrapies of the Persian Empire had lost their defending army in a single afternoon. City after city opened its gates. Sardis, the ancient capital of Lydia and the seat of Persian power in the west, surrendered without a fight. Alexander marched south along the Aegean coast, liberating Greek cities that had lived under Persian rule for generations. At each city, he announced the same policy. Persian oligarchies were dissolved. Democratic governments were restored, and Persian tribute was abolished. In their place, the cities would pay contributions to Alexander. The amount, in most cases, was identical to what they had paid Persia. The language had changed. The money had not. But the Greek cities along the coast celebrated their liberation with genuine enthusiasm because Alexander understood that perception mattered as much as policy, and that a conqueror who spoke of freedom would always be more welcome than an emperor who spoke of obedience. He moved methodically through Asia Minor in the months following the Granicus. Halicarnassus, the great fortified city on the southwestern coast, modern Bodrum, put up the stiffest resistance. The garrison was commanded by Memnon of Rhodes, the most talented military mind in Persian service, a Greek mercenary general who had argued before the Granicus that the Persians should avoid pitched battle entirely and instead implement a scorched earth strategy, burning crops and withdrawing into the interior to stretch Alexander's supply lines until they snapped. The satraps had rejected Memnon's advice out of a combination of pride and contempt. They would not burn their own provinces to stop a boy. After the Granicus proved Memnon right, Darius III belatedly appointed him supreme commander of the naval war in the Aegean. At Halicarnassus, Memnon turned the city into a fortress. The siege lasted weeks, with fierce sallies from the garrison that tested even Alexander's veterans. When the city finally fell, Memnon withdrew the garrison by sea, and Alexander ordered the city demolished, not out of spite, but to deny the Persians a usable port on the Aegean coast. The systematic reduction of Persian naval bases was a crucial element of Alexander's grand strategy. He could not match the Persian fleet at sea. Persia had over 400 warships to his meager 160, many of them provided by reluctant Greek allies of questionable loyalty. So he would defeat the Persian navy on land by capturing every port where it could resupply. A fleet without harbors was a fleet without purpose. The winter of 334 to 333 BCE found Alexander deep in the interior of Asia Minor, pushing through the mountain passes of Phrygia and Cappadocia. At the city of Gordium, the ancient capital of the Phrygian kings, he encountered the famous Gordian knot. An ancient wagon stood in the temple of Zeus, its yoke fastened to the pole by a knot of cornel bark so intricately tied that no one had ever been able to find its ends, let alone untie it. A prophecy declared that whoever loosed the knot would rule all of Asia. The ancient sources differ on what Alexander did. Aristobulus claimed he simply pulled the pin from the yoke, bypassing the knot entirely. Arrian preferred the more dramatic version. Alexander drew his sword and cut the knot in half. In either case, the solution was characteristically Alexandrian. Faced with a problem that had defeated everyone who approached it on its own terms, he redefined the terms. He did not solve the puzzle. He eliminated it. The distinction mattered less than the result. The knot was undone. The prophecy was fulfilled. The army's confidence swelled. But events further east were shaping a confrontation that would dwarf anything Alexander had yet faced. Darius III, the great king of Persia, had finally decided to take the field himself. The loss of the western satrapies was embarrassing but not existential. Persia had lost its Aegean provinces before, during the Ionian Revolt a century and a half earlier, and had recovered them. But Alexander's continued advance threatened the empire's heartland. Darius assembled an enormous army, the sources vary wildly on the numbers, from 100,000 to 600,000, but modern estimates suggest something in the range of 100 to 150,000 men, and marched west from Babylon to crush the Macedonian invasion in person. The two armies stumbled into each other in a way that neither commander intended, and the resulting battle unfolded in a location that favored the smaller force in almost every respect. Darius had marched his army through the Ammanic Gates, a mountain pass in southeastern Turkey, and emerged behind Alexander, cutting the Macedonian army off from its supply lines. It was a potentially decisive strategic coup. But the ground where the armies would actually fight, the narrow coastal plain near the town of Issus, hemmed between the mountains and the sea, negated Darius's numerical advantage almost entirely. The plain was perhaps 2.5 miles wide. An army of 100,000 men had no more room to deploy than an army of 40,000. Darius had maneuvered his vast force into a bottleneck. Alexander recognized the gift immediately. He turned his army around, marched back north, and drew up his battle line with the confidence of a man who had just been handed exactly what he needed. The Battle of Issus, fought in November 333 BCE, followed the pattern Alexander had established at the Granicus, but on a vastly larger scale and with consequences that reached far beyond a single province. The phalanx advanced into the center of the Persian line. The companion cavalry, with Alexander at its head, struck on the right, but this time the target was not a line of satraps and provincial cavalry. It was the great king himself. Darius had positioned himself in the center of his army, behind his best troops, in a magnificent royal chariot. Alexander drove the companion cavalry directly at that chariot. The charge tore through the Persian line with a violence that Arrian describes in terms suggesting even the ancient historians found it difficult to adequately convey. Alexander's lance killed the driver of a Persian nobleman's chariot, and for a suspended moment he was so deep inside the Persian formation that he was fighting nearly alone, surrounded by the personal guard of the great king. He took a sword wound to the thigh, one of the few wounds ancient sources record from this period, but kept fighting. And then Darius broke. The great king, seeing Alexander's cavalry shatter his personal guard and drive directly toward his chariot, turned and fled. He abandoned his chariot for a horse when the chariot became entangled in the mass of bodies and wreckage. He rode east, away from the battle, leaving his army, his camp, and his family behind. The Persian center collapsed. The rout was total. Tens of thousands were killed in the pursuit, trampled by their own cavalry or cut down by Macedonian horsemen in the fading light. When Alexander entered the Persian camp that evening, he found something extraordinary. Darius had fled so quickly that he had left behind his personal effects: his golden chariot, his royal tent with its lavish furnishings, his war chest, and most significantly, his family. Darius's mother Sysigambis, his wife Statera, his daughters, and his young son were captured in the camp, terrified, certain they would be killed or enslaved, as was the custom of warfare in the ancient Near East. Alexander's treatment of the royal women became one of the most celebrated episodes of his career. He sent word immediately that Darius was alive and that the women would be treated with the respect due to their station. When he visited them in person, Sysigambis prostrated herself before Hephaestion, who was taller and more conventionally regal in appearance, mistaking him for the king. When the error was pointed out to her, she was mortified. Alexander simply said that it was no mistake. Hephaestion, too, was Alexander. It was a small gesture, but it was the kind of remark that survived in the historical record precisely because it captured something essential about the man. His generosity, when he chose to exercise it, was as total and instinctive as his violence. Issus transformed the strategic landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean overnight. Darius had staked his personal prestige on a decisive battle and lost catastrophically. His flight from the field became the defining image of his reign in Greek eyes and the great king who ran. But Alexander did not pursue Darius east. He could have. The road to Babylon lay open, and the Persian Empire's heartland was temporarily defenseless. Instead, he turned south. The decision was strategic, not cautious. The Persian fleet still dominated the eastern Mediterranean. Phoenician ports, Tyre, Sidon, Byblos, supplied and sheltered that fleet. As long as those ports remained in Persian hands, Alexander's supply lines across the Aegean were vulnerable, and the Greek city-states at his rear might be tempted to revolt if a Persian fleet appeared off their coasts. He would take the coast first. He would strangle the Persian navy port by port. And then, with his rear secure and his supply lines unbreakable, he would march into the heart of the empire. Most of the Phoenician coast submitted without resistance after Issus. The king of Sidon, who had personal grievances against Darius, welcomed Alexander enthusiastically. Byblos opened its gates, but Tyre refused. Tyre was the greatest port city of the ancient Phoenician world, and its refusal to submit was not empty bravado. The city occupied a position that its inhabitants believed made it unconquerable. Old Tyre sat on the mainland, but New Tyre, the commercial and military heart of the city, was built on an island half a mile offshore, surrounded by walls that rose 150 feet above the waterline on the seaward side. The city had withstood a 13-year siege by Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. It had never been taken by force. The Tyrians offered Alexander a compromise. They would ally with him, trade with him, provide supplies, but they would not allow a Macedonian army inside their walls. Alexander demanded unconditional surrender. The Tyrians refused. They killed his ambassadors and threw the bodies from the walls into the sea. What followed was one of the most extraordinary engineering achievements of the ancient world, and one of the most brutal sieges. Alexander ordered the construction of a causeway and a mole of stone, rubble, and timber from the mainland to the island across half a mile of open water. The task was staggering. His engineers began by demolishing old Tyre on the mainland for building material. They drove wooden pilings into the seabed and filled the gaps with stone and rubble. As the mole crept outward toward the island, the water deepened, and the Tyrian defenders responded with increasing violence. Fire ships were launched against the construction. Divers swam beneath the surface to undermine the pilings. Catapults on the city walls hurled stones and burning pitch at the workers. The Tyrians mounted a devastating sortie that destroyed the 2 siege towers Alexander had built at the mole's forward edge and set fire to a long section of the causeway itself. Alexander rebuilt. He always rebuilt. The mole was widened. More siege towers were constructed, these ones sheathed in hides soaked in vinegar to resist fire. He assembled a fleet, ships provided by the now friendly ports of Sidon, Byblos, and other Phoenician cities, supplemented by vessels from Cyprus and the Aegean, and established naval superiority around the island, closing off Tyre's harbors and cutting the city off from resupply by sea. The siege lasted 7 months. 7 months of relentless construction, constant skirmishing, engineering improvisation, and a grinding patience that was as characteristic of Alexander as his famous tactical audacity. He could be breathtakingly fast when speed was the weapon the moment demanded, but when the situation required slow, methodical, unrelenting pressure, he could be as patient as stone. When the walls finally cracked, breached by ship-borne battering rams and weakened by the constant pounding of catapults, the assault was savage. The Macedonians poured through the gaps in a fury compounded by 7 months of frustration, heat, casualties, and the memory of their murdered ambassadors. 8,000 Tyrians were killed in the fighting and the massacre that followed. 30,000 survivors, men, women, and children, were sold into slavery. Alexander ordered 2,000 military-age men crucified along the beach, their bodies left on crosses stretching for miles along the shore as a warning that would be visible to every ship passing along the Phoenician coast. The fall of Tyre accomplished exactly what Alexander intended. The Persian fleet, already weakened by the defection of its Phoenician contingents, effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. Without ports, without supplies, without the Phoenician sailors who had always formed its backbone, the fleet dissolved. Individual squadrons sailed home or surrendered. The eastern Mediterranean belonged to Alexander. His rear was secure. The road to Egypt lay open. He took it. Marching south along the coast, he encountered only one more significant obstacle: the city of Gaza, perched on a high tell overlooking the desert approaches to Egypt, commanded by a eunuch named Beas, who refused to surrender with a stubbornness that Alexander found personally offensive. The siege of Gaza lasted 2 months and cost Alexander another wound, a catapult bolt through his shoulder that pinned his armor to his body and that the surgeons had to cut free while he remained conscious. When the city fell, Alexander's treatment of Beas entered the realm of deliberate mythological reenactment. According to Curtius, he had the garrison commander's ankles pierced and ropes threaded through the wounds, then dragged Beas behind a chariot around the walls of the city until he was dead, a conscious imitation of Achilles' treatment of Hector after the duel outside Troy. Whether this account is literally true has been debated since antiquity. Arian does not mention it, But the fact that the story was told and believed and circulated among Alexander's own contemporaries speaks to something real about how the world had already begun to perceive him. He was not merely a king who fought battles. He was a man who seemed to be living inside the Iliad, deliberately replicating the deeds of heroes who had lived or had been imagined to live 1,000 years before him. Egypt welcomed him as a liberator. The Egyptians had endured Persian rule with deep resentment. The Persians had insulted Egyptian religion, defaced temples, and imposed foreign governors who treated the ancient civilization of the Nile Valley as a conquered province rather than a peer culture. Alexander entered Egypt in the autumn of 332 BCE and encountered no resistance. The Persian satrap surrendered without a fight. Alexander immediately performed sacrifices to the Egyptian gods, a gesture of religious respect that the Persian rulers had conspicuously refused. He was crowned pharaoh at Memphis. In the eyes of the Egyptian priesthood, he was now the legitimate ruler of Egypt, not a foreign conqueror, but a divinely appointed king in a tradition that stretched back 3,000 years. It was the first time Alexander assumed a non-Greek royal identity, and it would not be the last. Two events in Egypt would shape the remainder of Alexander's life. The first was the foundation of Alexandria. He chose the site personally, a strip of land between the Mediterranean coast and Lake Mareotis, near the western mouth of the Nile Delta, positioned to become the commercial link between the Egyptian interior and the wider Mediterranean world. According to the sources, he laid out the city plan himself, marking the positions of the agora, the temples, and the major streets with lines of barley grain when chalk was unavailable. Birds descended and ate the grain, which the seers interpreted as an omen that the city would prosper and feed many nations. They were not wrong. Alexandria would become the greatest city of the Hellenistic world, a center of learning, commerce, and cultural synthesis that would endure for centuries and that still bears his name today, the most successful of the many Alexandrias he would scatter across Asia like seeds. The second event was the journey to the Oracle of Ammon at the oasis of Siwa, deep in the Libyan desert. This journey reveals more about Alexander's inner life than almost any other episode in his career, and the sources treat it with a mixture of fascination and unease that suggests even his contemporaries were not entirely sure what to make of it. He took a small party and marched west along the coast, then turned south into the desert toward the oasis, a journey of roughly 300 miles across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. The army did not accompany him. This was a personal pilgrimage. The oracle at Siwa was dedicated to Zeus Ammon, a syncretic deity combining the Greek Zeus with the Egyptian Ammon-Ra. It was one of the most respected oracles in the ancient world, consulted by Greeks, Libyans, and Egyptians alike. When Alexander arrived, the high priest greeted him as the son of the god. What questions Alexander asked inside the inner sanctum and what answers the oracle gave, he never fully disclosed. He told his mother Olympias that he had received secret prophecies that he would share with her alone upon his return. He never returned. Callisthenes, Alexander's court historian, reported that Alexander asked whether he was destined to rule the entire world and was told that he was. Other sources suggest he asked about Philip's murder or about his own divine parentage. What matters is not the specific answers, but the effect the visit had on Alexander's self-conception. From Siwa onward, something shifted. He began referring to Zeus Ammon as his father. He permitted and at times encouraged divine honors that blurred the line between mortal king and living god. He had always carried his mother's stories of divine conception somewhere in his psychology. Now in the ancient desert, confirmed by one of the most venerable religious institutions in the known world, those stories hardened into something closer to conviction. Whether Alexander genuinely believed he was the son of a god, or whether he understood the political utility of divine status in governing a multicultural empire, or whether the truth was some inseparable mixture of both. This is a question the sources cannot answer, and that Alexander himself may not have been able to answer. What is clear is that the young man who left Siwa was not quite the same person who had arrived. The king was becoming something else, and the army watching from a distance began to sense it. He returned to Memphis, finalized the administration of Egypt, appointing separate military and civil governors in a deliberate division of power that prevented any single subordinate from accumulating enough authority to threaten his rule, and turned his attention east. Darius was rebuilding. The great king had retreated to Babylon after Issus and was assembling a new army, larger than the first, drawn from the deep reserves of the empire's eastern provinces. Bactrians, Sogdians, Indians, Scythians, peoples who lived at the empire's furthest edges and who had never seen a Greek army in Beas. were being summoned to the royal muster. Darius had learned from Issus. He would not fight on narrow ground again. He would choose the battlefield this time. He would find a vast, flat plain where his numerical superiority could be brought to bear, where his scythed chariots could build the speed they needed to be effective, where the sheer mass of his army could envelop and crush the Macedonian force that had humiliated him at Issus. He chose a plain near the village of Gaugamela in what is now northern Iraq, east of the city of Mosul. He had the ground leveled and cleared of obstacles. He positioned his army with care, placing his strongest units on the wings, his chariots in the center, and his war elephants as a reserve. He had done everything right. The ground was perfect, the numbers were overwhelming, the plan was sound, and 500 miles to the west, Alexander was already marching toward him, leading 47,000 men across the Euphrates, through the empty spaces of northern Mesopotamia, toward the plain of Gaugamela, and the battle that had been waiting for both of them since the day Alexander first crossed into Asia. The army crossed the Euphrates at Thapsacus in late summer of 331 BCE, using two bridges that advanced engineers had begun constructing weeks earlier. The river was low. The summer melt from the Armenian highlands had already passed a murmur, and the crossing was unopposed. Darius had stationed a cavalry screen on the far bank under the command of Macedonia, the satrap of Babylon. But Macedonia withdrew eastward as the Macedonians approached, content to shadow their advance and report their movements rather than contest a river crossing he could not hope to win. Alexander noted the withdrawal and understood its meaning. Darius was not trying to stop him at the rivers. Darius was drawing him inward toward chosen ground, toward the killing field he had spent months preparing. The march from the Euphrates to the Tigris covered roughly 300 miles of open Mesopotamian steppe, flat, treeless, baked by a sun so relentless that Alexander shifted his army's movement to nighttime marches to preserve his men's strength. The heat was unlike anything the Macedonians had experienced. Men from the mountain valleys of northern Greece and the temperate coasts of the Aegean found themselves crossing a landscape that seemed to belong to a different world entirely. Water discipline became a matter of survival. Alexander enforced it with the same intensity he brought to battle formations, understanding that an army that arrived at the battlefield dehydrated and exhausted was an army already half defeated. They reached the Tigris in mid-September. Here the crossing was genuinely dangerous. The Tigris ran faster and deeper than the Euphrates, swollen by late summer tributaries from the Zagros Mountains, and there were no bridges. Alexander ordered the army across at a point where the river broadened and the current slowed slightly, but even so, the infantry had to link arms and wade through chest-deep water that threatened to sweep men off their feet and carry them downstream. Cavalry crossed upstream to break the current. Pack animals were lost. Equipment was soaked. But no Persian force contested the crossing. Macedonia and his cavalry screen had vanished to the east, and the far bank was empty. It was after the Tigris crossing on the night of September 20th that the moon disappeared. A total lunar eclipse darkened the Mesopotamian sky, turning the moon the color of old blood before swallowing it entirely. The effect on the army was immediate and severe. Macedonian soldiers were not ignorant men, but they were deeply superstitious, and a blood-red moon on the eve of a battle against 250,000 men was not the kind of omen that inspired confidence. Murmuring spread through the camp. The men who had followed Alexander across the Hellespont, through the Granicus, through the nightmare of Tyre, now sat in the darkness of a foreign land and wondered whether the gods were finally withdrawing their favor. Alexander handled it with the deftness of a man who understood that morale was as material a resource as grain or iron. He summoned Aristotle of Telmessus, his personal seer, a man who had accompanied the expedition from its first day and whose interpretations Alexander had consistently found useful, regardless of whether he believed them privately. Aristotle performed sacrifices and announced that the eclipse was an omen not of Macedonian defeat, but of Persian doom. The moon, he declared, was the celestial patron of Persia. Its darkening foretold the eclipse of the Persian Empire itself. The sun, patron of Greece and Macedonia, would shine unchallenged. Whether the army fully believed this interpretation is unknowable, but the murmuring stopped. Men returned to their preparations. Alexander had given them a story that transformed fear into anticipation. And in warfare, that transformation was often the difference between armies that held and armies that broke. 4 days later, on September 25th, Macedonian scouts reported the Persian army ahead. Mazaeus' cavalry screen was finally visible on the ridgeline, and behind it, stretching across the plain of Gaugamela from horizon to horizon, the full force of the Persian Empire was arrayed in battle order. The ancient sources describe what the Macedonians saw from the high ground in terms that suggest genuine awe. The plain below was filled with men, horses, chariots, and elephants in numbers that defied easy comprehension. Campfires the previous night had stretched across the darkness like a second sky of earthbound stars. The sound, the low, continuous murmur of 250,000 men and tens of thousands of horses, the clank of equipment, the distant trumpeting of elephants, carried across the still morning air like the breathing of something vast and alive. Alexander's officers urged an immediate council of war. Parmenion, again, always Parmenion, the cautious voice that Alexander simultaneously relied upon and resented, pressed for a night attack. The reasoning was sound. In darkness, the Persian numerical advantage would be neutralized, their chariots would be useless, their elaborate battle formation would dissolve into confusion. A sudden, violent blow in the middle of the night might achieve what a daylight engagement against 5-to-1 odds could not. Several other senior officers supported the plan. Alexander refused. The sources record his explanation with a brevity that suggests the words were memorable. He would not steal a victory, he said. He would not win by theft in the night. The answer sounded like youthful arrogance, and Parmenion may well have received it that way. But beneath the bravado lay a calculation as cold and precise as anything Alexander ever made on a battlefield. A night attack that succeeded would be attributed to the darkness, not to Macedonian superiority. A night attack that failed, and night attacks in the ancient world failed with terrifying regularity, as units lost cohesion, attacked their own allies, and dissolved into panic in the darkness, would destroy the army entirely, with no possibility of reforming or retreating in unfamiliar terrain. More importantly, Alexander needed not just a victory, but a decisive, visible, undeniable victory. He needed Darius to be defeated in the full light of day, in front of the entire Persian army, so completely that no rally, no regrouping, and no narrative of excuses could restore Persian confidence. He needed the world to see the great king run again. Only that would break the empire. Only that would make the provinces east of Babylon conclude that resistance was futile. The night attack might win the battle. A daylight victory would win the war. He told his men to eat, rest, and sleep. He retired to his tent and, according to Plutarch, slept so soundly that Parmenion had to shake him awake at dawn. Whether this was genuine exhaustion, deliberate performance, or the unnatural calm of a man who had already decided that tomorrow would either make him master of the world or kill him, the sources do not say. Perhaps it was all three. The morning of October 1st, 331 BCE, the date is approximate, as ancient calendrical conversions are imprecise, but modern scholarship places it in early October, broke clear and warm over the plain of Gaugamela. Alexander emerged from his tent in his finest armor, mounted Bucephalus, and rode along the Macedonian line. What he saw across the plain was the most formidable military force any Greek had ever faced. Darius had arranged his army with genuine tactical intelligence. The Persian battle line extended far beyond the Macedonian line on both flanks, allowing for a double envelopment, the classic maneuver in which the wings of the larger army wrap around the smaller force and attack from three sides simultaneously. On the Persian left, Beas, the satrap of Bactria, commanded the Bactrian and Scythian cavalry, some of the finest horsemen in Central Asia. On the Persian right, Mazaeus commanded the Syrian, Mesopotamian, and Median cavalry. In the center, Darius himself stood in his royal chariot, surrounded by the Persian immortals, the royal kinsmen, and the Greek mercenary infantry who remained the most disciplined foot soldiers in Persian service. Ahead of the main line, 200 scythed chariots waited on the leveled ground, their axles fitted with spinning blades designed to scythe through infantry formations like harvesting machines through wheat. And somewhere in the rear, 15 war elephants stood as a reserve that could be committed at the decisive moment. Alexander's response to this formation was a masterpiece of tactical creativity that historians have studied for over 2 millennia. He knew he could not match the Persian line's width. Any attempt to do so would thin his own line to the point of transparency. Instead, he would refuse the double envelopment by positioning strong flank guards at oblique angles behind each wing. Units that could wheel outward to face threats from the flanks and rear while the main line advanced. On the left, Parmenion commanded the Thessalian cavalry and allied Greek horse with orders that were as simple as they were terrifying. Hold the line. Do not break. Do not advance. Absorb whatever Mazaeus throws at you and keep fighting until the battle is decided on the right. It was a defensive mission that required enormous courage and discipline because Parmenion's wing would face the full weight of Mazaeus' cavalry attack while Alexander was elsewhere. On the right, where Alexander commanded personally, the plan was the opposite of defensive. The companion cavalry formed the striking force arranged in their characteristic wedge, but instead of advancing directly toward the Persian center, Alexander began the battle by moving his entire right wing obliquely, not forward, but to the right, edging sideways across the plain toward ground that Darius had not leveled for his chariots. It was a provocation. If Alexander moved far enough to the right, he would pull the battle off the prepared ground entirely, and the scythed chariots, Darius's most feared weapon, would become useless on uneven terrain. Darius could not allow it. The great king responded exactly as Alexander anticipated. He ordered Beas and the Bactrian cavalry on his left to attack Alexander's right wing, to prevent the sideways drift and force the battle back onto the prepared ground. The Bactrians charged. A ferocious cavalry engagement erupted on the Macedonian right as wave after wave of Central Asian horsemen hurled themselves against Alexander's flank guards and screen of light cavalry. The fighting was savage and confused, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Alexander committed his reserves piecemeal, feeding units into the melee to keep the line from buckling while he waited for the moment he needed. On the other side of the battlefield, Darius launched his scythed chariots at the Macedonian center. The chariots thundered across the plain, their wheel blades spinning, the drivers lashing their horses to maximum speed. It should have been devastating. Against a rigid, immobile phalanx, the chariots would have carved corridors of destruction through the packed ranks. But Alexander had prepared for this. The phalanx had been trained to open lanes, gaps in the formation that the chariots would pass harmlessly through, while light troops on the flanks targeted the horses and drivers with javelins. As the chariots bore down, the Macedonian line parted like water. Chariots that maintained their course drove through the gaps and were dealt with by rear echelon troops behind the phalanx. Chariots whose horses shied away from the wall of Sarissa points on either side were brought down by javelin fire. The great chariot charge, which Darius had spent months preparing and which he had literally reshaped the earth to enable, was neutralized in minutes without inflicting significant casualties on the Macedonian line. Meanwhile, on the left, Parmenion was fighting for his life. Mazaeus had launched a massive cavalry assault that threatened to overwhelm the Thessalian horse and roll up the entire Macedonian left flank. A contingent of Persian and Indian cavalry actually broke through the Macedonian line entirely, penetrating to the rear where the baggage train and the captured Persian royal family were being held. Fighting erupted around the camp. The situation was critical. Parmenion sent a messenger to Alexander requesting immediate support. The messenger had to cross the entire width of the battlefield under fire, but Alexander was not yet ready to respond. He was watching the Persian left, Bessus's wing, and the gap that was forming. The Bactrian cavalry, committed to their attack on Alexander's flank, had drifted away from the main Persian line. Between Bessus's wing and Darius's center, a gap was opening in the Persian formation. It was not large. It was not obvious. But it was there, and Alexander saw it with the same instantaneous clarity with which he had once seen a horse's fear of its own shadow. He formed the companion cavalry into a single massive wedge, with himself at its point. He angled the wedge toward the gap in the Persian line, and then he charged. The companion cavalry struck the opening at full gallop, driving through the gap and wheeling left toward the center of the Persian formation, toward the golden chariot, toward Darius himself. The phalanx, seeing the cavalry break through, surged forward in support, their sarissas leveled, the entire Macedonian center driving into the wound that Alexander's charge had opened. The Persian line, already strained by the chariot failure, and the cavalry engagements on both wings, began to collapse inward. Units that had been holding position found enemies behind them as well as in front. The organized formation dissolved into isolated clusters of men fighting on all sides. And at the center of the disintegration, Alexander drove toward the great king with a single-mindedness that the ancient sources describe as something beyond tactical thinking, something closer to a force of nature, a directed violence so intense and so personally focused that it seemed to bend the battle around it like gravity bending light. Persian nobles threw themselves between Alexander and the royal chariot. They died where they stood. The royal guard fought with genuine desperation because they understood that if the king fell, the empire fell. The driver of Darius's chariot was killed. The horses screamed and reared. The air was thick with dust and the stench of blood and the screams of dying men and horses. And for the second time, Darius broke. He saw Alexander's blood-streaked face emerging from the chaos of the melee, saw the wedge of companion cavalry cutting through his personal guard like a blade through cloth, and he turned his chariot and fled. He abandoned the battle, his army, and his empire's last credible chance at stopping the Macedonian invasion. He rode east as fast as his horses could carry him, shedding his royal robes and shield as he went, desperate to put distance between himself and the man who seemed capable of finding him no matter how vast the army that stood between them. The Persian center broke apart the moment Darius fled. As at Issus, the great king's flight propagated through the army like a crack through glass. Units that had been fighting effectively moments earlier suddenly realized that their king was gone, that the center had collapsed, and that Macedonian cavalry was loose behind the line. The rout began in the center and spread outward to both wings. Bessus, on the left, withdrew his Bactrian cavalry in relatively good order when he saw Darius fleeing, a disciplined retreat that preserved his force and that would have consequences later when Bessus decided that a king who fled twice did not deserve to remain king. On the right, Mazaeus's cavalry, which had been winning its engagement against Parmenion, suddenly found itself fighting not a retreating enemy but the full weight of Alexander's victorious right wing, sweeping across the battlefield from the collapsed center. Mazaeus withdrew toward Babylon. Alexander faced a decision at this moment that reveals the perpetual tension between his identity as a general and his identity as a warrior king. Darius was fleeing east. Every strategic instinct demanded immediate pursuit, capture or kill the great king, and the war was over in a single afternoon. But Parmenion's wing was still engaged, still under pressure, and the messenger's request for aid was urgent. Alexander had to choose between pursuing his personal quarry and supporting his army. He chose the army. He turned the companion cavalry south, drove into the rear of the Persian forces still pressing Parmenion, and shattered them. But the turn cost him time. By the time the Macedonian left was stabilized and the battlefield was secure, Darius had a head start of several hours. Alexander launched a pursuit with the companion cavalry, riding through the night at a pace that killed horses beneath their riders. They covered 75 miles before dawn. They did not catch Darius. The great king had escaped again. But Gaugamela was not Issus. There would be no second army. There would be no regrouping. Darius had committed the full military resources of the Persian Empire to this battle, and those resources were now scattered across the Mesopotamian steppe, dead, captured, or fleeing homeward in disorganized groups. The army that had assembled from every corner of the empire, from the Indus to the Aegean, from the Caspian to the Indian Ocean, ceased to exist as a coherent fighting force in a single October afternoon. Modern estimates of Persian casualties at Gaugamela range from 40,000 to 90,000 killed, with tens of thousands more captured in the days that followed. Macedonian losses were comparatively minimal, perhaps 1,200 dead and several thousand wounded, though even these figures may be understated by sources eager to magnify the scale of Alexander's achievement. The strategic consequences were immediate and total. Babylon opened its gates. Macedonia, the satrap who had fought so effectively on the Persian right at Gaugamela, rode out to meet Alexander and surrendered the city without resistance. Alexander rewarded his valor by reappointing him as satrap of Babylonia under Macedonian authority. The first of many instances in which Alexander retained Persian administrators in positions of power, a policy that infuriated his Macedonian officers, but that demonstrated a pragmatic understanding of empire that none of his companions shared. You could not govern a territory that stretched from Egypt to Central Asia with Macedonian administrators alone. There were not enough of them. You needed the existing structures. You needed the existing people. You simply needed them to answer to a different king. Babylon itself overwhelmed the Macedonians. The city was vast. Its walls enclosed an area larger than any city most of Alexander's soldiers had ever seen or imagined. The Ishtar Gate, with its glazed blue bricks and golden relief sculptures of bulls and dragons, was more magnificent than anything in the Greek world. The Hanging Gardens, if they existed, and the debate continues to this day, were a marvel of engineering and horticulture that defied Greek conceptions of the possible. The ziggurat of Etemenanke, the temple that may have inspired the biblical Tower of Babel, rose above the city like a man-made mountain. Alexander entered this city in a procession that the Babylonian priesthood had orchestrated with the same careful ritual they would have accorded a Persian king. Flowers were scattered before his path. Incense burned on silver altars placed along the processional way. Cages of exotic animals were presented as gifts. The priests of Marduk welcomed him as a liberator, as a restorer of temples that the Persians had neglected or despoiled. Alexander stayed in Babylon for over a month, resting his army, reorganizing his forces, and absorbing the administrative machinery of the richest city in the empire. He sacrificed to Marduk, as the Babylonian priests requested, and ordered the restoration of the Esagila, Marduk's great temple, which had fallen into disrepair under Persian rule. It was the same pattern he had established in Egypt. Adopt the local religious practices, honor the local gods, present yourself not as a foreign conqueror, but as a legitimate ruler within the existing cultural framework. It was brilliantly effective politics. It was also, for many of his Macedonian companions, the first disturbing sign that their king was becoming something they had not bargained for. From Babylon, the army marched east to Susa, the administrative capital of the Persian Empire, where the imperial treasury held wealth that staggered comprehension. The sources record the captured treasure at Susa as approximately 50,000 talents of gold and silver, a figure so large that it is difficult to translate into modern terms, but which represented more coined and uncoined precious metal than the entire Greek world had produced in the previous century. Alexander had marched out of Macedonia 2.5 years earlier with a war chest so small that it barely covered 2 months of his army's expenses and debts that he had inherited from Philip's ambitious spending. Now he controlled wealth that made the treasuries of every Greek city-state combined look like a merchant's loose change. He pushed on. Persepolis was next, the ceremonial capital of the Achaemenid dynasty, the city where the great kings were crowned and where they returned for the great festivals of the Persian religious calendar. Unlike Babylon and Susa, Persepolis did not surrender peacefully. The approach was contested by a Persian force holding the Persian gates. a narrow mountain pass through the Zagros range that offered the same kind of defensive advantage the Persians had failed to exploit at the Granicus. The satrap Ariobarzanes held the pass with a force of perhaps 40,000 men and had built walls across the narrow defile. A frontal assault failed, costing Alexander significant casualties. One of the few times his direct approach was repulsed. He responded by finding a mountain trail, guided, according to some sources, by a local shepherd or prisoner who knew the terrain, that led around the pass to the defender's rear. While a holding force demonstrated in front of the Persian walls, Alexander took a select force on a night march through the mountains, emerging behind Ariobarzanes' position at dawn and attacking from both sides simultaneously. The pass fell. The road to Persepolis was open. What Alexander did at Persepolis has generated debate from the moment it happened to the present day. He allowed his troops to sack the city, every part of it except the royal palaces, which he reserved for his own entry. The looting was extensive and violent. Persepolis was one of the wealthiest cities in the world, home to treasuries that held another 120,000 talents of bullion, and the Macedonian soldiers who had marched and fought for 2.5 years descended on its riches with a ferocity that even the ancient sources found worth remarking upon. Diodorus records that the soldiers killed the men, enslaved the women, and stripped the city of everything portable. Then, after occupying the city for several months, Alexander burned the great palace complex of Persepolis to the ground. The Apadana, the magnificent audience hall with its vast columns and elaborate relief sculptures depicting the peoples of the empire bringing tribute to the great king. The Tachera, the private palace of Darius the Great, the gate of all nations through which ambassadors from every corner of the known world had passed for 2 centuries, all of it consumed by fire. The sources disagree violently on whether this was premeditated or spontaneous. Plutarch and Diodorus offer the more dramatic version. At a banquet following a night of heavy drinking, an Athenian courtesan named Thais, the companion of Ptolemy, gave a speech calling on Alexander to burn the palace as vengeance for the Persian destruction of Athens during Xerxes' invasion 150 years earlier. The suggestion was met with drunken enthusiasm. Alexander himself seized the first torch. The burning was impulsive, theatrical, and almost immediately regretted. Arrian, characteristically more measured, suggests the burning was deliberate policy decided in advance, a symbolic act declaring that the Persian Empire was finished, that the dynasty of Darius and Xerxes was destroyed, and that vengeance for the old wrongs against Greece had been exacted in full. This interpretation makes more strategic sense. A drunken accident does not explain why Alexander prevented the palaces from being looted along with the rest of the city, preserving them intact for weeks before the burning. It does not explain why the treasury was carefully emptied before the fire was set. It does not explain why the destruction was thorough and systematic rather than accidental and partial. Alexander burned Persepolis because Persepolis was the symbolic heart of Achaemenid power, and he needed the world to understand that the heart had stopped beating. But there is a third possibility that the sources hint at without fully articulating. Alexander may have burned Persepolis as a message not to the Persians, but to the Greeks. The invasion of Persia had been sold to the Greek city-states as a war of vengeance, retribution for Xerxes' burning of Athens. As long as that vengeance remained unexacted, the war's Greek justification endured, and with it the obligation of the Greek states to support the campaign. The burning of Persepolis marked the symbolic completion of the Pan-Hellenic mission. Vengeance had been achieved. The war, as the Greeks understood it, was over. What came next? The pursuit of Darius, the conquest of the eastern provinces, the march to the edge of the known world that was no longer a Greek war of retribution. It was Alexander's personal campaign, and any Greek who wished to go home could do so, knowing that the stated objective had been met. Alexander released his allied Greek contingents shortly after leaving Persepolis. Those who remained did so as volunteers, following not a Greek hegemon pursuing a national cause, but a king pursuing his own vision. The burning of Persepolis was the moment Alexander stopped being the general of Greece and became the king of Asia. The hunt for Darius resumed as soon as the snow melted in the passes. The great king had fled east from Gaugamela to the Median capital of Ecbatana, modern Hamadan, where he attempted to rally what remained of his forces. But the forces were few, the loyalty was thin, and the eastern satraps who had answered his summons to Gaugamela were drawing their own conclusions about a king who had lost every battle and fled every field. Alexander marched to Ecbatana at speed only to learn that Darius had fled further east toward the Caspian Gates and the provinces of Bactria and Sogdiana, accompanied by a dwindling retinue of loyalists and an increasingly powerful group of eastern satraps led by Beas of Bactria, who was no longer behaving like a subordinate. What followed was one of the most dramatic pursuits in military history. Alexander left the bulk of his army behind and took a fast-moving column of cavalry and selected infantry on a forced march that covered over 400 miles in 11 days. The pace was punishing. Men collapsed from exhaustion and were left behind. Horses died beneath their riders. Alexander pushed through the night, sleeping in the saddle, driven by the understanding that Darius, alive and free, was a rallying point for resistance, while Darius, captured or dead, would leave the empire without a legitimate alternative to Macedonian rule. He was too late to save Darius, but not too late to find him. In July of 330 BCE, near the modern city of Damgan in northeastern Iran, Alexander's advanced scouts discovered the great king's baggage train abandoned on a road that wound through the arid foothills south of the Caspian Sea. They followed it to a grim scene. Darius III, the last king of the Achaemenid dynasty, lay in a wagon, dying from multiple stab wounds. Beas and the eastern satraps, concluding that Darius was a liability rather than an asset, had deposed and murdered him. They had proclaimed Beas as Artaxerxes V, he was the new great king, and fled eastward into Central Asia to continue resistance from the remote provinces that had always been hardest for any central authority to control. A Macedonian soldier found Darius still breathing and gave him water. By the time Alexander arrived, the great king was dead. The sources describe Alexander standing over the body of the man he had spent 2 years pursuing, the man whose empire he had dismembered, the man whose family he held captive, and feeling something that the ancient historians struggle to name. It was not triumph. Plutarch says Alexander removed his own cloak and laid it over the body. He ordered a royal funeral with full Persian honors and had the body sent to Persepolis for burial in the royal tombs alongside Darius's ancestors. It was a gesture of respect toward a fallen king, but it was also a political statement of immense significance. By honoring Darius in death, Alexander was positioning himself not as the destroyer of the Persian Empire, but as its successor. He was the legitimate king now. Beas, who had murdered his own sovereign, was a regicide and a usurper. Alexander would pursue him not as a foreign conqueror stamping out resistance, but as the rightful king of Persia, hunting down a traitor. It was a breathtaking act of political reinvention. The Macedonian general who had crossed the Hellespont as the champion of Greek vengeance against Persia was now claiming to be the rightful heir of the very dynasty he had come to destroy. The transformation was not lost on his Macedonian companions, and the unease it produced would deepen with every mile they marched eastward. The army that marched east from the site of Darius's death was not the same army that had crossed the Hellespont 3 years earlier. It was larger, for one thing. Reinforcements from Macedonia and mercenary recruits from the conquered territories had swelled its numbers, even as casualties and garrison duties had thinned the original force. But the change was deeper than arithmetic. These men had marched from the Aegean to the heart of Mesopotamia, had conquered the wealthiest cities in the known world, had defeated armies that outnumbered them by multiples that should have been fatal. They had done what no Greek army had ever done. They had broken the Persian Empire, and many of them, perhaps most of them, believed the war was over. It was not over. Alexander had no intention of stopping. The eastern provinces of the empire, Hyrcania, Aria, Drangiana, Arachosia, Bactria, Sogdiana, stretched across a landscape of deserts, mountain ranges, and high plateaus that made the terrain of Asia Minor and Mesopotamia seem gentle by comparison. These were lands where Alexander's name meant nothing, where the local warlords and tribal confederations owed only nominal allegiance to any central authority, and where the murder of Darius had created not submission, but a power vacuum that every ambitious satrap and chieftain intended to fill. Bessus, the self-proclaimed Artaxerxes V, had retreated into Bactria, modern northern Afghanistan, and was raising an army from the fierce horse peoples of Central Asia. Other satraps were hedging their bets, waiting to see whether the Macedonian king would actually pursue them into the vast emptiness of the east, or whether he would be content with Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis. Alexander would pursue them. He would pursue them to the end of the earth if necessary, because Alexander's conception of victory did not include borders. He was not interested in a negotiated partition, in a sensible division of territory along defensible lines, in the kind of reasonable settlement that a strategist like Parmenion would have advocated and that most of his senior officers would have welcomed. He intended to rule the entire empire that Darius had ruled, every province, every satrap, every tribe, and then to go further, to the places where even Persian authority had been nominal, to the edges of the world that Aristotle had described and that no Greek had ever seen. This was not strategy, this was identity. Alexander did not conquer territory because it was strategically valuable. He conquered it because it existed, and because leaving it unconquered would mean accepting a limit on his power, and accepting limits was something that Alexander's psychology was simply not constructed to do. The first months of the Eastern campaign were a grinding succession of marches, sieges, and submissions that tested the army's endurance without offering the kind of decisive battles that had punctuated the war's earlier phases. Alexander moved through Hyrcania, south of the Caspian Sea, accepting the surrender of Persian nobles who had accompanied Darius and who now transferred their allegiance to the new king with varying degrees of sincerity. He pushed into Aria, where the satrap Satabarzanes initially submitted, and was confirmed in his position, only to revolt the moment Alexander's back was turned. Alexander wheeled the army around, marched back, and crushed the revolt with a ferocity that was becoming his standard response to betrayal. Satabarzanes fled to Bessus. Alexander installed a loyal governor and moved on. It was during this period, in the autumn of 330 BCE, that the first of the great internal crises erupted, a crisis that had been building since Gaugamela, and that would fundamentally alter the relationship between Alexander and the men who had made his conquest possible. The catalyst was a conspiracy, real or manufactured, that centered on Philotas, the son of Parmenion, and the commander of the companion cavalry. Philotas was a proud, outspoken man who had not hidden his skepticism about the direction of the campaign or his resentment of Alexander's increasing adoption of Persian customs. He was, in many ways, the voice of the old Macedonian officer class, men who had conquered the world's greatest empire and who wanted to enjoy its spoils, not march further into the unknown to conquer empty deserts for the gratification of a king who was beginning to act more like a Persian monarch than a Macedonian first among equals. The specifics of the conspiracy are murky and have been debated since antiquity. A minor figure named Dimnus allegedly plotted to assassinate Alexander. Dimnus's lover, a young man named Nicomachus, reported the plot to Philotas and begged him to bring it to Alexander's attention. Philotas did not. He had two opportunities, two private audiences with Alexander on consecutive days, and mentioned nothing about the plot. When the conspiracy was eventually reported to Alexander through other channels and Dimnus killed himself during arrest, attention turned immediately to Philotas. Why had the commander of the companion cavalry suppressed information about an assassination plot against the king? The question had only two possible answers, and both were dangerous. Either Philotas was part of the conspiracy or he had known about it and judged it too trivial to report, which, in the atmosphere of suspicion that now pervaded the Macedonian high command, amounted to the same thing. Alexander had Philotas arrested, interrogated under torture, and brought before the army assembly for trial. The trial was a Macedonian tradition. The king could not execute a nobleman without the consent of the army, but the outcome was never in doubt. Philotas confessed under torture, though the value of such confessions was questionable even by ancient standards. He was found guilty and executed by javelin, the traditional Macedonian method for traitors, but the execution of Philotas was only the beginning. His father, Parmenion, was still alive, still in command of the garrison at Ecbatana, still in control of the imperial treasury, still the most senior and most respected general in the army. Parmenion had served Philip before Alexander was born. He had commanded the left wing at every major battle of the campaign. He had been the voice of caution that Alexander overruled and then vindicated again and again until the very dynamic of their disagreement had become part of the army's internal mythology. But now Parmenion's son was dead, convicted of treason, and a grieving father with a garrison army and the imperial treasury at his disposal was a threat that Alexander could not afford to leave unaddressed. Alexander sent a racing camel team to Ecbatana, carrying orders for Parmenion's immediate execution. The orders were addressed to Parmenion's own subordinate officers, who carried them out before the old general had any warning. He was reading a letter. Some sources say it was a forged letter from Alexander designed to put him at ease. When the officers drew their swords and killed him, he was 70 years old. He had served the Macedonian crown for more than 3 decades. He had helped Philip build the army that conquered Greece and had helped Alexander use that army to conquer the world. He died in a dusty courtyard in Media, murdered on the orders of the king he had served since the king was a boy, without trial, without the army assembly's consent, without even the dignity of knowing why. The killing of Parmenion sent a tremor through the officer corps that never fully subsided. Whatever the truth of the Philotas conspiracy, and modern historians remain divided on whether it was genuine, exaggerated, or entirely fabricated, the execution of Parmenion was something different. It was not justice. It was not even punishment. It was preemptive elimination of a potential threat, carried out in secret without due process by a king who had decided that security mattered more than tradition, more than loyalty, more than the bonds that had held the Macedonian command structure together since Philip's day. The men who had followed Alexander across the Hellespont as companions, as near equals in the Macedonian aristocratic tradition, now understood that they served a master, and that the master's will was absolute. Alexander reorganized the companion cavalry, splitting its command between 2 officers, Hephaestion and Clitus the Black, so that no single commander would ever again wield the kind of independent authority that Philotas had held. It was an administrative reform that was also a statement of political philosophy. Power would be divided, delegated, and ultimately retained by the king alone. The old Macedonian model of a warrior king who ruled through consensus among his nobles was dying, and in its place something new was emerging. Something that looked to Macedonian eyes uncomfortably like the absolute monarchy of the Persians they had just conquered. The pursuit of Beas continued. Alexander drove the army north into what is now Afghanistan, through the Hindu Kush mountains in the early spring of 329 BCE. The crossing was an ordeal that rivaled anything the army had yet endured. The passes rose to over 11,000 feet. Snow lay deep on the trails. The air thinned until men who had marched across the deserts of Mesopotamia found themselves gasping and dizzy, their muscles refusing to obey simple commands. Pack animals collapsed and died. Frostbite claimed fingers and toes. The army's supply lines, stretched across hundreds of miles of hostile territory, delivered food that was insufficient and often spoiled. Men ate their pack animals raw. Alexander ate what his soldiers ate, walked when they walked, and suffered the same altitude sickness that left experienced soldiers vomiting and disoriented. His willingness to share hardship was not merely morale management. It was a fundamental element of his leadership identity, the quality that distinguished him from every other king in the ancient world and that made men follow him into suffering that should have been unendurable. They descended from the passes into the green plain of Bactria, modern Balkh, in northern Afghanistan, and found that Bessus's support had evaporated. The Bactrian warlords who had initially rallied to the self-proclaimed king had reconsidered their position as Alexander's army materialized on the northern slopes of the Hindu Kush, having crossed a mountain range that Bessus had assumed would be impassable until summer. The shock of that crossing, the sheer audacity of marching 40,000 men over 11,000-foot passes in early spring, broke Bessus's coalition before a battle was fought. His allies melted away. Bessus himself fled north across the Oxus River into Sogdiana, but he was betrayed by his own subordinates, Spitamenes, a Sogdian warlord whose name would soon become synonymous with a different kind of resistance, and delivered to Alexander in chains. Alexander's treatment of Bessus was designed to serve a specific political purpose, and was carried out with a symbolic precision that reflected his dual identity as Macedonian king and Persian successor. Bessus was not treated as a defeated military opponent, which would have entitled him to the relatively dignified fate of a captured general. He was treated as a regicide, a subject who had murdered his lawful sovereign. This was a Persian legal category, not a Macedonian one, and the punishment was Persian as well. Bessus's nose and ears were cut off, the traditional Persian mutilation for traitors, and he was sent to Ecbatana for public trial and execution. The message was layered and deliberate. To the Persians, it said, Alexander honors your customs, respects your laws, and punishes those who violate them according to your traditions. To the Macedonians, it said something they found harder to digest. Their king was administering justice not as a Greek, but as the great king of Persia, applying the laws of a people they had conquered to a man they would have simply executed and been done with. The capture of Bessus did not end resistance in the east. It intensified it. Spitamenes, the Sogdian warlord who had betrayed Bessus to Alexander, quickly discovered that Macedonian rule was no more palatable than Bessus's pretensions, and he launched a guerrilla campaign across Sogdiana that would prove to be the most difficult and frustrating military challenge Alexander had yet faced. Sogdiana was different from anything the Macedonians had encountered. This was not an empire with cities to capture and armies to defeat. This was a landscape of scattered oases, fortified hilltop strongholds, and vast empty spaces where nomadic horsemen could appear, strike, and vanish before a heavy infantry force could respond. Spitamenes understood this terrain intimately and used it with devastating skill. He avoided pitched battle entirely. Instead, he raided Macedonian garrisons, ambushed supply columns, massacred isolated detachments, and melted back into the steppe whenever Alexander's main force appeared. He formed alliances with the Scythian horse peoples beyond the Jaxartes River, the Syr Darya, which Alexander took to be the boundary of the civilized world, and drew them into a loose coalition that harassed the Macedonian occupation from multiple directions simultaneously. Alexander responded with a campaign of systematic brutality that sat uneasily with the image of the magnanimous conqueror he had cultivated in Egypt and Babylon. Entire districts were depopulated. Fortified towns that resisted were stormed, and their populations killed or enslaved. Alexander founded a string of garrison cities, Alexandria scattered across the Afghan and Central Asian landscape, designed to impose permanent military control on a region that had never been permanently controlled by anyone. The most significant was Alexandria Eshate, Alexandria the furthest, built on the banks of the Jaxartes at what Alexander believed was the northeastern edge of the inhabited world. He built it in 20 days, settling it with Greek mercenaries, retired Macedonian soldiers, and local populations who were given no choice in the matter. It was a statement in stone and flesh. Macedonian rule was not a temporary occupation, it was permanent. The war in Sogdiana dragged on for nearly 2 years, from late 329 to early 327 BCE, and it changed Alexander in ways that the swift, decisive campaigns of Asia Minor and Mesopotamia had not. The frustration of fighting an enemy who would not stand and be defeated, who refused to play the game of set-piece battle that Alexander had mastered, eroded his patience and corroded his judgment. He began drinking more heavily. His temper, always volcanic, became increasingly unpredictable. The distance between the Alexander who had spared the women of Darius's family and the Alexander who ordered the massacre of entire towns was growing wider, and the men around him watched the widening with a mixture of fear and grief. It was in this atmosphere, in the autumn of 328 BCE in the city of Maracanda, modern Samarkand, that Alexander killed Clitus the Black. Clitus was one of Alexander's oldest and most trusted companions. He was the brother of Alexander's childhood nurse. He was the man who had saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, severing the arm of the Persian nobleman whose sword was descending toward Alexander's unprotected head. He had been promoted to co-commander of the companion cavalry after the Philotas affair. He was brave, loyal, outspoken, and increasingly unhappy with the direction Alexander was taking. The Persian dress, the Persian court ceremonial, the systematic marginalization of the old Macedonian officer class in favor of a new mixed court that blended Greek and Persian elements in ways that Clitus found degrading. At a banquet in Maracanda, after hours of heavy drinking, the tensions that had been building for months erupted. The specific trigger is reported differently by different sources, but the core of the quarrel was always the same. Singers at the feast performed songs mocking Macedonian officers who had recently been defeated by Spidamenes' guerrillas. Clitus, drunk and furious, took the mockery as an insult to the entire old guard. He began to praise Philip's accomplishments, pointedly suggesting that Alexander's victories were built on his father's foundation. He quoted Euripides, a line about the injustice of kings taking credit for achievements won by others' blood. He reminded Alexander, in front of the entire court, that it was his hand that had saved the king's life at the Granicus. Alexander, equally drunk and infinitely less tolerant of criticism, was enraged. Friends physically separated the two men. Clitus was pushed out of the banquet hall, but he came back, up the rear, whether through his own stubbornness or because he was insufficiently restrained by those trying to protect him, and continued his verbal assault. He stood in the doorway and delivered a final provocation. He stretched out his hand and said that this was the hand that had saved Alexander at the Granicus. Alexander seized a sarissa from a guard and drove it through Clitus's body. The silence that followed was absolute. Clitus fell. Alexander stood over him, the spear still in his hands, and the full weight of what he had done descended on him with a force that the ancient sources describe as something close to psychological destruction. He pulled the spear from the body and tried to turn it on himself. His bodyguards wrestled it from his hands. He was carried to his quarters, where he collapsed into a grief so consuming that he refused to eat or drink for 3 days. He called Clitus's name. He called himself a murderer. He said he was no better than the barbarians whose customs he had adopted. He invoked Clitus's sister, his own nurse, and asked what he could say to the woman who had raised him now that he had killed her brother. His companions were terrified, and now not of Alexander's grief, but of what it revealed about the fragility of the man on whom everything depended. They brought Callisthenes, the court philosopher, and Anaxarchus, a more compliant thinker, to console him. Anaxarchus took the approach that seems to have worked. He told Alexander that a king stood above ordinary morality, that Zeus himself sat with justice and law at his side, and that everything a king did was by definition just. It was precisely the kind of argument that Aristotle would have found contemptible, but it was the argument Alexander needed to hear to function again. He emerged from his quarters on the 4th day, resumed command, and never spoke publicly about Clitus again. The killing of Clitus was not a political act. It was not premeditated. It was not, in any meaningful sense, a decision. It was the eruption of pressures that had been building since Gaugamela, the loneliness of absolute power, the corrosion of constant warfare, the alcohol that had become an increasingly prominent feature of Alexander's life, and the simple human inability to tolerate criticism from someone who had once been an equal and was now, in Alexander's transformed conception of himself, a subject. It was the moment that revealed most nakedly the cost of the transformation Alexander had undergone. The boy who had turned a horse to face the sun, the young king who had laid his cloak over a dead enemy with something approaching tenderness, that person still existed somewhere inside the man who drove a spear through his oldest friend. But the distance between the two was growing, and the killing of Clitus marked the point after which the distance could no longer be denied. The Sogdian campaign ground toward its conclusion through a combination of military pressure, diplomatic concession, and one remarkable marriage. Spidomenes was ultimately betrayed and killed by his own allies, the Massagetae. The nomadic people who had been his most effective supporters cut off his head and sent it to Alexander as a peace offering. Whether this was a spontaneous act of self-preservation or the result of Macedonian diplomatic pressure on the tribal leadership is unclear. The result was the same. The most capable guerrilla commander Alexander ever faced was dead, and organized resistance in Sogdiana collapsed. But Alexander understood that military victory alone would not pacify the region. He needed a political settlement that the local aristocracy could accept, and he found one in the most personal of political instruments, marriage. During the siege of the Sogdian Rock, a supposedly impregnable mountain fortress held by a local lord named Oxyartes, Alexander's soldiers scaled the cliffs at night using iron tent pegs driven into crevices in the rock face. The defenders woke to find Macedonian soldiers above them on the summit and surrendered in shock. Among the captives was Oxyartes' daughter, Roxane. The sources describe Roxane as extraordinarily beautiful, the most beautiful woman in Asia after Darius's wife, according to some accounts. Whether Alexander's decision to marry her was driven by genuine attraction, by strategic calculation, or by some inseparable combination of both, the marriage accomplished several things simultaneously. It bound one of the most powerful Sogdian noble families to the Macedonian crown through kinship. It demonstrated to the Central Asian aristocracy that Alexander was willing to treat them as partners rather than subjects. And it gave Alexander a wife whose Eastern origins embodied the multicultural vision of empire that he was increasingly committed to, even as that vision alienated his Macedonian officers. The wedding was celebrated in the spring of 327 BCE, with traditional Macedonian and local customs blended in a ceremony that symbolized the fusion Alexander imagined for his empire. He cut a loaf of bread with his sword and shared it with Roxane, a Macedonian marriage ritual. The Sogdian nobles feasted alongside Macedonian officers. It was a moment of genuine synthesis of the kind of cultural bridge building that represented Alexander's most generous and most visionary impulse. But the marriage also deepened the fault lines within the army. Macedonian soldiers had not marched to the edge of the world so that their king could marry a barbarian's daughter. The old guard saw in Roxane not a political masterstroke, but another step in Alexander's drift away from everything Macedonian. He wore Persian robes. He employed Persian court ceremonial. He had killed Clitus for speaking the kind of plain truth that Macedonian nobles had always spoken to their kings, and now he had taken a wife from a people the Macedonians had spent 2 years fighting in the most brutal campaign of the entire expedition. Each of these changes individually might have been absorbed. Together they constituted a transformation that the army found increasingly difficult to reconcile with the king they thought they had followed out of Pella. It was in this same period that the crisis of proskynesis erupted. The controversy that, more than any other single episode, crystallized the tension between Alexander's evolving self-conception and his army's Macedonian identity. Proskynesis was the Persian court ritual of prostration, bowing or kneeling before the great king as a sign of respect. For Persians, it was a social gesture, a mark of the king's exalted status, not fundamentally different from the bows and courtesies that any hierarchical society employed. For Greeks and Macedonians, it was something entirely different. Prostration was an act reserved for the gods. No Greek bowed to a mortal man. To demand proskynesis was to claim divine status, and to perform it was to acknowledge that claim. The distinction was not abstract, it was visceral. Macedonian nobles would sooner die than prostrate themselves before another man, and many of them had said so in terms that left no room for ambiguity. Alexander attempted to introduce proskynesis at a court banquet, presenting it as a unifying gesture that would bridge Greek and Persian court customs, the Persian nobles performed it willingly. It was, after all, their tradition. But when the cup was passed to Callisthenes, Aristotle's nephew and the expedition's official historian, the philosopher, refused. He stood, he took the cup, and he drank without bowing. Alexander did not press the point publicly. Callisthenes' refusal had made pressing it impossible without creating a confrontation that would have forced every Macedonian present to choose sides. The experiment was abandoned. Proskynesis would not become part of the Macedonian court ritual, but Callisthenes had made himself a marked man. His public refusal had humiliated Alexander in front of the entire court, and Alexander was not a man who forgot humiliation. When shortly afterward a conspiracy was uncovered among the royal pages, young Macedonian nobles who served as Alexander's personal attendants, Callisthenes was implicated. The evidence connecting him to the pages' plot was thin and circumstantial. He had taught several of the conspirators. He had spoken critically of Alexander's pretensions in conversations that were reported to the king. He had refused proskynesis. It was enough. Callisthenes was arrested. According to some sources, he was tortured and executed. According to others, he was kept in chains and died of disease during the march into India. In either case, the philosopher who had refused to bow was destroyed, and the message to every other potential critic was received with the clarity that Alexander intended. Aristotle, far away in Athens, learned of his nephew's fate and is said to have turned against his former pupil permanently. The relationship between the greatest philosopher and the greatest conqueror of the ancient world, a relationship that had begun in the shaded gardens of Mysa with a boy's hungry mind and a teacher's encyclopedic knowledge, ended in silence and bitterness and the death of someone they had both loved. Alexander now turned his gaze toward the prize that had beckoned him since he first read the accounts of Scylax and Theseus and the other Greek writers who had described the wonders of the East, India, the land beyond the empire, and the place where the world ended, or perhaps in Alexander's cosmology, so Perhaps the place where the world truly began to reveal its full scope and mystery. He had conquered everything from Greece to Central Asia. He had assumed the identity of an Egyptian pharaoh, a Persian great king, and a Sogdian son-in-law. He had pushed his army further from home than any Greek had ever been, and it was not enough. It could never be enough. Because the wound that drove Alexander, the hunger for glory, the terror of limitation, the need to exceed not just his father but Achilles himself, was a wound that could not be healed by any amount of territory, any number of victories, any accumulation of wealth or worship. It could only be fed, and the next feeding lay beyond the mountains, in the green valleys and monsoon-swollen rivers of the Indian subcontinent, where kingdoms existed that no Greek had ever conquered, and where challenges awaited that would test even Alexander's extraordinary army to the point of breaking. The army crossed the Hindu Kush for the second time in the spring of 327 BCE, descending from the high passes into the valleys of what is now eastern Afghanistan and northwestern Pakistan. The landscape that opened before them was unlike anything the Macedonians had seen in nearly 7 years of continuous campaigning. The brown emptiness of Central Asia gave way to a world of terraced green valleys, rushing rivers fed by snowmelt from peaks that dwarfed even the mountains of Macedonia, and a density of human habitation that signaled they were approaching one of the oldest and most complex civilizations on Earth. The air itself changed, heavier, wetter, carrying the scent of vegetation so lush that soldiers who had spent 2 years in the arid steppe of Sogdiana found themselves staring at the landscape with something approaching wonder. Alexander had divided his army for the approach. He sent Hephaestion and Perdiccas with a substantial force down the Khyber Pass, the ancient corridor through the mountains that connected Central Asia to the Indus Valley, with orders to bridge the Indus River and prepare for the main army's crossing. Alexander himself took the remainder of the force on a northern route through the valleys of Bajar and Swat, regions inhabited by fiercely independent hill tribes who had no intention of submitting to anyone, Macedonian or otherwise. His reasons for choosing the harder route were characteristically Alexandrian. The northern valleys contained fortified strongholds that could threaten his supply lines if left unconquered. More importantly, the region contained places that Greek mythology associated with the god Dionysus. Local tradition spoke of a mountain called Meros, near which the god had been born during his legendary conquest of the East. Alexander, whose identification with mythological heroes had only intensified since Siwa, was not going to bypass the birthplace of a god. The campaign through the hill country was savage. The tribes of Bajor and Swat fought from fortified hilltop positions that required sieges to reduce, and they fought with a ferocity born of defending their homeland against an invader whose reputation for destruction preceded him. Alexander was wounded at least twice during these operations, once by an arrow that struck him in the shoulder during an assault on a fortress, and once by a stone that cracked his leg below the knee during a scramble up a rocky slope. He ignored both wounds and continued fighting, as he always did, at the front of every assault, scaling walls alongside his soldiers, the first man through every breach. His physical courage had long since passed from bravery into something that his officers recognized as a form of compulsion. He could not hold back. He could not lead from behind. Every battle was a personal confrontation with mortality, and every wound was a testament he wore on his body like the lines of a text he was writing with his own blood. The most dramatic episode of the Hill Campaign occurred at the fortress of Aornus, identified by modern scholars as Pirsar, a massive rocky plateau rising above the Indus River in what is now the Swat district of Pakistan. The fortress was reputed to be impregnable. Local tradition held that even Heracles had failed to take it. For Alexander, that reputation was not a warning, but an invitation. If Heracles had failed, then succeeding where the greatest hero of Greek mythology had been turned back would place Alexander's achievements beyond comparison with any figure, mortal or divine. The siege was an engineering challenge of the first order. The plateau's sheer cliffs made direct assault impossible from most approaches. Alexander identified a narrow ridge connecting a neighboring peak to the main plateau and ordered his engineers to build a causeway across a deep ravine that separated the ridge from the fortress. Working under constant missile fire from the defenders above, the Macedonians filled the ravine with timber and earth, extending the causeway inch by inch toward the fortress walls. The work took days. Men died on the scaffolding. Catapults were hauled up mountain trails and positioned on the ridge to provide covering fire. When the causeway finally reached striking distance, Alexander led the assault personally, climbing the last section of rock in the pre-dawn darkness with a hand-picked force of infantry. The defenders, seeing Macedonians appearing above them on terrain they believed unclimbable, broke, and fled down the far side of the plateau under cover of night. Aornos fell. The capture was militarily useful. It secured Alexander's northern flank and opened the road to the Indus crossing. But its mythological significance mattered more to Alexander than its strategic value. He had surpassed Heracles. He sacrificed to Athena and the other gods on the summit and ensured that the accomplishment was recorded in terms that left no ambiguity about its meaning. The gods themselves could not do what Alexander had done. The mortal king was writing himself into a mythology that was no longer borrowed from Homer or inherited from his mother's stories. It was his own. The army descended to the Indus and reunited with Hephaestion's force, which had bridged the great river and established a secure crossing point near the city of Taxila. The crossing of the Indus was itself a spectacle that the sources describe with evident awe. The river was enormous, far wider and more powerful than any waterway the Macedonians had crossed in their 7 years of marching. Bridge boats had been dismantled, transported overland through the Khyber Pass, and reassembled on the riverbank. The army crossed in stages, the infantry on the pontoon bridge, the cavalry swimming their horses through the current, the baggage train and siege equipment ferried on rafts. It took days. When the last units were across, Alexander stood on the eastern bank of the Indus and looked out over the Punjab. A flat, fertile landscape of 5 rivers that sustained one of the densest populations in the ancient world, and understood that he had crossed a threshold that no Western conqueror had ever crossed before. Taxila, the great trading city that sat at the crossroads of routes connecting Central Asia, the Indus Valley, and the Gangetic Plain, welcomed Alexander without resistance. Its king, Ambiho, whom the Greek sources call Taxiles, had calculated that cooperation with the invader was preferable to destruction, particularly since cooperation offered a powerful ally against his regional rival, the king who ruled the territory between the Chelam and Chenab rivers to the east. That king was Porus, and his name would become inseparable from the most celebrated battle of Alexander's Indian campaign. Porus ruled a kingdom that was modest by the standards of the great Indian empires that would follow. The Maurya dynasty was still a generation away, but formidable by any military standard Alexander had yet encountered. Porus himself was described by the Greek sources as a man of extraordinary physical stature, standing nearly 7 feet tall, according to some accounts, a giant even among a people the Greeks regarded as tall. He commanded a professional army that included infantry, cavalry, chariots, and, most significantly, war elephants. Alexander had seen elephants at Gaugamela, where Darius had deployed 15 of them as a reserve that was never committed. Porus had between 85 and 200, depending on which source one follows, and he had no intention of holding them in reserve. The Jhelum River, the ancient Hydaspes, was the boundary between Taxiles' territory and Porus's kingdom, and Porus had positioned his entire army on the eastern bank to prevent Alexander from crossing. It was the same defensive strategy the Persians had attempted at the Granicus, but executed with far greater sophistication. The Jhelum in late May was swollen with monsoon rains and spring snowmelt from the Himalayas. It was wider, deeper, and faster than the Granicus had been. Porus's elephants lined the bank at regular intervals, and the horses of the Macedonian cavalry, which had never encountered elephants before in significant numbers, refused to approach the water when they caught the animal's scent. A frontal crossing was impossible. The horses would not board the boats. The infantry would be crushed on the far bank by elephants before they could form up. Alexander spent weeks on the western bank in a campaign of deception so elaborate and so patient that it stands as perhaps the finest example of his operational art. He made ostentatious preparations for crossing at multiple points along the river, moving troops visibly during the day, and then marching them back to their original positions at night. He stockpiled boats and rafts at several locations. He dispatched cavalry units upstream and downstream, forcing Porus to spread his own forces along an extended front to cover every possible crossing point. Night after night, Macedonian cavalry made noise and demonstrated at various positions along the bank, and night after night Porus marched his elephants and cavalry to meet them, only to find that no crossing was being attempted. The effect was deliberate. Alexander was training Porus to ignore the alarms. He was teaching the Indian king that Macedonian movement along the river was theater, not threat. He was habituating his enemy to false signals so that the real signal, when it came, would be dismissed as another feint. The crossing point Alexander had chosen was approximately 17 miles upstream from the main camp, at a bend in the river where a large wooded island in midstream would screen the boats from observation on the eastern bank. On a night of violent thunderstorms, rain so heavy that it muffled the sound of oars and marching, lightning that intermittently illuminated the landscape in harsh white flashes before plunging it back into total darkness. Alexander moved. He took a force of roughly 6,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry on a night march upstream, launched boats from the concealed position behind the island, and began the crossing. Even with all his preparation, the crossing nearly failed. The island Alexander's scouts had identified turned out to be not one island, but two, separated by a channel that was deeper and faster than expected. The leading elements made it across the first channel only to find themselves on a second island, still separated from the eastern bank by a torrent of muddy water that reached the soldiers' chests. Alexander plunged in himself, wading across with the water threatening to sweep him off his feet, and the army followed because when Alexander went forward, there was no possibility of staying behind. They reached the eastern bank in the gray pre-dawn, soaked, exhausted, and ready to fight. Porus received the reports of Alexander's crossing with a dilemma that had no good solution. He could not ignore a force of 11,000 men on his side of the river. Alexander's personal presence, confirmed by scouts, meant this was no diversionary raid. But he could not march his entire army upstream to meet it without exposing the main crossing point to the Macedonian forces still visible on the western bank under Craterus's command. Porus compromised. He sent his son, also named Porus in some sources, or perhaps a nephew, with a cavalry force and chariots to delay Alexander's advance while the main army repositioned. The younger Porus encountered Alexander's cavalry on the muddy plain south of the crossing point. The engagement was brief and one-sided. The Indian chariots, designed for a flat, dry ground, bogged down in the rain-soaked earth and became targets rather than weapons. Alexander's companion cavalry swept through the Indian horsemen with the practiced efficiency of 7 years of continuous warfare against every type of cavalry the ancient world could field. The young Indian prince was killed. His cavalry was scattered. Alexander advanced south toward the main Indian army without pausing. Porus now committed to battle. He drew up his army on a flat, sandy plain with the river at his back, a formation that was either courageous or desperate, depending on perspective, since it eliminated any possibility of retreat. His battle line was anchored by the war elephants, spaced at intervals across the front, with infantry filling the gaps between the animals and cavalry on both wings. It was a formation designed to exploit the one advantage Porus possessed that no Persian army ever had: the elephants. The Macedonian horses would not charge into elephants. The Macedonian phalanx, for all its terrifying discipline, had never faced a line of animals that stood 12 feet tall at the shoulder and could crush a man in full armor with a single step. Alexander studied the formation and understood the problem immediately. A direct assault by the companion cavalry against the Indian center would fail because the horses would not close with the elephants. A phalanx advance against the elephant-studded line would succeed eventually, but at catastrophic cost. The solution, characteristically, was indirect. Alexander placed the phalanx in the center with orders to advance slowly and engage the Indian infantry between the elephants, but the decisive blow would come on the flanks. He sent Conus with a strong cavalry force on a wide arc to the right, concealed behind a low ridge, with orders to strike the Indian left-wing cavalry from the rear once Alexander engaged the Indian right wing from the front. It was the same basic combined arms doctrine that Philip had devised and that Alexander had employed at every major battle since the Granicus Churu: pin the enemy, envelop the flank, deliver the killing blow where the enemy cannot see it coming, but adapted for the specific challenge of elephants with a sophistication that demonstrated Alexander's capacity for tactical innovation under pressure. The Battle of the Hydaspes unfolded in the suffocating heat of a Punjab afternoon. Alexander struck first, leading the companion cavalry against the Indian right-wing cavalry in a charge that drove them back toward the center. As the Indian horsemen retreated, they collided with their own elephants and infantry, creating the kind of congestion that cavalry dreads. Men and horses packed so tightly together that individual fighting became impossible. Then Conus appeared on the Indian left, exactly as planned, and the Indian cavalry found themselves attacked from 2 directions simultaneously. They broke. They fled inward toward the center, where the elephants were already engaged with the Macedonian phalanx. What happened next was the most horrific close-quarters fighting of Alexander's entire career. The Indian mahouts drove their elephants directly into the Macedonian infantry line. The phalangites, trained to hold formation against any human opponent, found themselves facing animals that could not be stopped by sarissa points alone. Elephants seized soldiers with their trunks and hurled them to the ground. They trampled men beneath feet the size of tree stumps. They impaled phalangites on their tusks and shook them like dolls. The screaming of wounded elephants, many of them maddened by pain from javelin wounds and sarissa thrusts, mixed with the screams of men being crushed and the terrible sound of bronze armor crumpling under forces it was never designed to withstand. Arrian describes the scene with a restraint that makes it more vivid. The elephants, he writes, did the most damage when they simply pressed forward into the packed ranks, crushing everything in their path through sheer mass. But the Macedonian infantry held. They had been trained to hold. They had held against the scythed chariots at Gaugamela, against the Persian immortals at Issus, against every opponent the ancient world had sent against them for 7 consecutive years. They could not stop the elephants, but they could wound them, and they could kill the mahouts riding on their backs. As elephant after elephant lost its handler, the animals became uncontrollable. Some turned and charged back through their own lines, crushing Indian soldiers as indiscriminately as they had crushed Macedonians. Others simply stopped, exhausted and bewildered, standing amid the carnage like great gray monuments to the futility of the battle around them. The Indian infantry, pressed from the front by the phalanx and from both flanks by Macedonian cavalry that had swept away the Indian horsemen, began to disintegrate. Craterus, watching from the western bank, saw the Indian line crumbling and led his reserve force across the river to complete the encirclement. Porus's army was surrounded. The killing continued until the Indian king, still mounted on his largest elephant, wounded in the shoulder by a javelin and bleeding from multiple lesser wounds, was the last organized point of resistance on the field. Alexander sent Ambi, Taxil's, Porus's rival, to approach the Indian king with terms of surrender. Porus tried to kill him. Alexander sent other messengers. Finally, an Indian nobleman named Meroeus, whom Porus trusted, reached the exhausted king and persuaded him to dismount and meet the Macedonian conqueror. The meeting between Alexander and Porus became one of the most retold episodes in the entire Alexander tradition, repeated by every surviving source with minor variations that testify to its deep impression on the ancient imagination. Porus was brought before Alexander still bleeding. Towering over every man present, his bearing unbroken despite his wounds and the destruction of his army. Alexander asked him how he wished to be treated. Porus answered with 2 words that the sources preserve in slightly different formulations, but with identical meaning. Like a king, he said. Alexander asked if he had anything else to request. Porus replied that everything was contained in those words, like a king. Alexander restored Porus to his kingdom. He did more than restore him. He expanded Porus's territory, adding lands that had not previously been under his control. He made Porus a vassal ally, bound to Alexander by personal obligation and mutual respect rather than by the threat of destruction. It was the same strategy he had employed with local rulers throughout the campaign: co-opt rather than destroy, incorporate rather than replace. But the encounter with Porus carried an emotional weight that transcended strategy. Alexander recognized in Porus something he valued above almost all other human qualities: the refusal to be diminished by defeat. A king who asked to be treated like a king, even in chains, even with his army dead around him and his kingdom at the conqueror's mercy. That was a man Alexander could understand. That was a man who lived by the same code. The victory at the Hydaspes cost Alexander something he could not replace. Bucephalus, the great black stallion that had carried him since he was a boy of 12, died shortly after the battle. The sources differ on whether the horse was killed in the fighting or died of old age and exhaustion in the days that followed. Bucephalus was approximately 30 years old, an extraordinary age for a war horse that had been ridden in combat across 3 continents. Alexander founded 2 cities on the banks of the Hydaspes to commemorate the battle. One he named Nicaea, Victory City. The other he named Bucephala, after the horse. Of all the cities Alexander founded, and the total would eventually reach more than 20 scattered from Egypt to Central Asia, Bucephala may have been the one that cost him the most to name. It was a monument not to conquest but to companionship, to the bond between a boy who had understood a frightened animal and the animal that had carried that boy to the edge of the world. Alexander pushed east from the Hydaspes, crossing the Chenab and the Ravi in the monsoon rains of July and August 326 BCE, fighting a series of engagements against local tribes and rajas who resisted with varying degrees of intensity and success. The monsoon itself was a new enemy. The rains were relentless, not the brief, dramatic storms the Macedonians knew from home, but a continuous, suffocating downpour that lasted for weeks without pause. Equipment rotted, metal rusted, leather softened and fell apart. Snakes driven from flooded burrows invaded the camp, and their bites killed more men than the Indian arrows did. The army's mood, already strained by the brutality of the Hydaspes and the endless succession of river crossings, darkened with every mile of sodden, hostile terrain. And ahead, beyond the Beas River, the ancient Hephaestion, lay something that the army scouts and Indian informants described in terms that sounded less like intelligence reports and more like the geography of nightmares. The kingdom of Magadha, centered on the Gangetic Plain, was said to be the most powerful state in all of India. Its army was reported to number 200,000 infantry, 20,000 cavalry, 2,000 war chariots, and between 3,000 and 6,000 war elephants. 6,000 elephants. The number circulated through the Macedonian camp like a disease. The men who had barely survived 85 elephants at the Hydaspes were being asked to march into a force that fielded thousands. Alexander pressed forward to the Beas River and prepared to cross. He intended to march to the Ganges, to defeat Magadha, to reach the eastern ocean that Aristotle had taught him lay beyond India, encircling the inhabited world. He intended, in other words, to reach the end of the earth. The army refused. It was not a mutiny in the violent sense. There were no drawn swords, no officers seized, no shouts of revolution. It was something quieter and, for Alexander, more devastating. The soldiers simply would not move. After 8 years of continuous campaigning, after marching more than 11,000 miles from Macedonia, after crossing every river, mountain range, and desert between the Aegean and the Punjab, the army had reached the limit of human endurance, and that limit was the rain-swollen bank of the Beas River in the monsoon of 326 BCE. The spokesman for the army's position was Conus, one of Alexander's most reliable brigade commanders, a man whose loyalty had never been questioned and whose courage at the Hydaspes had been conspicuous. Conus stood before the king and the assembled officers and spoke with a directness that would have been fatal coming from anyone less respected. The men were exhausted, he said. Their equipment was destroyed. Their clothes were rotting off their bodies. They had not seen their families in 8 years. Many of the original soldiers who had crossed the Hellespont were dead, killed in battle, dead of disease, left behind in garrisons scattered across 10,000 miles of conquered territory. The men who remained wanted to go home. They wanted to see their parents, their wives, their children. They wanted to enjoy the fruits of the greatest conquests in history while they were still alive to enjoy them. They did not want to die in the rain on the wrong side of an Indian river for the sake of reaching an ocean that might not even exist. Alexander listened. He retired to his tent. He stayed there for 3 days, waiting for the army to change its mind, as it had always changed its mind before when Alexander withdrew and sulked, and let the men's shame at disappointing their king overcome their reluctance. The technique had worked at every previous crisis. It did not work at the Beas. The soldiers waited with him, silent, patient, immovable. They loved him. They would die for him in any battle he chose to fight, but they would not march east. Not one more step. On the 3rd day, Alexander emerged. He ordered sacrifices performed to determine whether the gods favored a crossing. The omens were unfavorable. Whether by genuine divination, by priestly manipulation, or by Alexander's own private instruction to his seers, the result gave him the exit he needed without the admission of defeat his pride could not tolerate. He announced that the gods themselves had set the boundary of the campaign. The army would turn back. The soldiers wept with relief. They crowded around Alexander's tent, calling down blessings on him, thanking him as though he had granted them a reprieve from death, which in a sense he had. Alexander accepted their gratitude with what the sources describe as outward graciousness, but the wound was deep and permanent. He had been refused. For the first time in his life, He had encountered a boundary he could not cross, a will he could not override, a limit that no amount of courage or charisma or divine conviction could transcend. The army's refusal at the Beas was the end of something in Alexander that had been burning since the day his mother told him he was the son of Zeus. The fire did not go out. It would never go out. But from this point forward, it burned differently, turned inward, consuming the vessel that contained it rather than illuminating the world beyond. Alexander erected 12 massive altars on the bank of the Beas, one for each of the 12 Olympian gods, built to a scale that deliberately exceeded human proportion, monuments to the boundary of his ambition, or perhaps monuments to his refusal to accept that boundary as permanent. He intended to return. The sources make this clear. The altars were not memorials to a finished campaign. They were markers for a campaign interrupted. Alexander fully intended to come back, to cross the Beas, to march to the Ganges, to reach the ocean. He simply ran out of army before he ran out of will. Coenus, the man who had spoken for the soldiers, died within days of the army's decision to turn back. The cause was illness. The monsoon camps were breeding grounds for dysentery, malaria, and a dozen other diseases that the army's physicians could not treat. But the timing was noted by everyone, and Alexander's reaction was noted as well. He gave Coenus a lavish funeral, but he remarked, according to Arrian, that Coenus had made his long speech as though he would be the only one who would not see Macedonia again. Whether this was grief expressed as bitterness, or bitterness masquerading as grief, or simply the observation of a man who had learned that the universe had a taste for irony, the sources do not say. Coenus was buried on the banks of a river he had helped persuade the army not to cross, and the army turned south toward the sea. The march south was not a retreat. Alexander refused to frame it as one, and the route he chose made his refusal manifest. Instead of retracing the army's steps westward through the Punjab and back over the Hindu Kush, the safe road, the known road, the road that would have carried them home by the fastest possible route, he ordered the construction of a river fleet. 800 vessels were built on the banks of the Hephaestion, warships, horse transports, grain barges, and a personal flagship for the king. The army would descend the Hephaestion to its confluence with the Chenab, then follow the Chenab to the Indus, then follow the Indus to the sea. It was a journey of nearly 1,000 miles through territory no Greek had ever traversed, inhabited by peoples who had not submitted and who had no intention of submitting. Alexander was turning the retreat into a conquest. If the army would not march east to the Ganges, it would march south to the Indian Ocean, and every mile of that southward march would add new territory, new peoples, and new victories to the record. The return journey would be, in its own way, as ambitious as the advance. The fleet launched in November 326 BCE, and the spectacle was unlike anything the rivers of India had witnessed. Arrian describes the departure with a vividness that suggests even his normally restrained sources were moved by the scene. 800 ships filled the river from bank to bank. The oars struck the water in unison, and the sound, amplified by the riverbanks and the surrounding hills, rolled across the landscape like continuous thunder. Trumpets sounded from the flagship. Sacrifices were poured into the current. Soldiers who had wept with relief at the Beas now stood at the rails of transport barges and watched the green banks of the Punjab slide past with the expression of men who understood that they were part of something that would never be repeated. Nearchus of Crete, one of Alexander's childhood companions from the school at Mysa, commanded the fleet. He was a skilled mariner who had governed coastal territories earlier in the campaign, and Alexander had chosen him for this role months in advance, recognizing that the river descent and the eventual ocean voyage would require naval expertise that no Macedonian cavalryman possessed. Nearchus would later write his own account of the journey, now lost, but preserved in substantial fragments through Arrian, and his observations provide some of the most detailed geographic and ethnographic information to survive from Alexander's entire expedition. The land forces marched along both banks of the river under the commands of Craterus on the right and Hephaestion on the left. with Alexander himself alternating between the flagship and the shore columns depending on where resistance was anticipated. The division of the army into 3 parallel columns, fleet, left bank, right bank, was a logistical achievement that demonstrated the Macedonian command structure's extraordinary sophistication. The 3 forces had to coordinate their movements across a landscape of shifting river channels, flooded plains, and hostile populations, maintaining close enough contact to support each other while covering enough ground to forage effectively. It was the kind of complex multi-axis operation that most ancient armies could not have attempted, and that Alexander's army executed with the practiced efficiency of men who had been solving impossible logistical problems for the better part of a decade. The first serious resistance came at the confluence of the Hydaspes and the Chenab, where the rivers merged in a chaos of rapids, whirlpools, and cross-currents that capsized several vessels and drowned men who had survived every battle since the Granicus. The river itself was more dangerous than the human enemy. Boats were spun, overturned, and smashed against rocks. Alexander's own flagship was caught in the rapids and nearly capsized, and the king, who could not swim, according to some sources, a remarkable vulnerability for a man who had crossed every river in Asia, was pulled from the water by his companions. The fleet lost vessels, equipment, and men to the river before the worst of the rapids were navigated, and the experience left Alexander with a respect for the power of Indian rivers that no battle had been able to teach him. Below the confluence, the army entered the territory of the Mali, a warrior people whom the Greek sources describe as the most warlike in all of India. The Mali had not sent ambassadors. They had not submitted. They were preparing to fight, and their preparations were being coordinated with neighboring tribes in a coalition that threatened to turn the river descent into a running battle through hostile territory for hundreds of miles. Alexander responded with preemptive force. He divided the army into multiple columns and launched a coordinated assault on the Mali from several directions simultaneously, driving their forces back toward their principal fortified city with a speed that gave them no time to consolidate their coalition. What happened at the city of the Mali, the name of the specific settlement is uncertain, possibly Multan, became the most physically dangerous moment of Alexander's life, and the episode that came closest to killing him outright, closer than the Granicus, closer than any of his dozens of other wounds. The assault on the city's citadel had stalled. The Macedonian infantry, pressing forward with scaling ladders against walls defended by determined archers, was taking casualties and losing momentum. Alexander, watching the faltering attack from the base of the wall, did what he had done at every siege since his first command. He seized a ladder and climbed it himself. He reached the top of the wall. Behind him on the same ladder were 2 of his bodyguards, Pusestus, who carried the sacred shield from the temple of Athena at Troy, and Leonidas, and a soldier named Abraeus. The ladder was overloaded. Under the weight of 4 armored men, it broke. Alexander was on top of the wall. His 3 companions were on top of the wall, and below them, inside the citadel, the entire Mali garrison stared up at the king of Asia standing on their battlements with 3 soldiers and no way down except forward. Any rational commander would have jumped back down the outside of the wall to his own troops and waited for more ladders. Alexander jumped inward into the citadel, into the midst of the enemy. Pusestus, Leonidas, and Abraeus followed. The 4 men landed inside the fortress and put their backs against the wall, fighting the entire garrison. The combat was immediate and overwhelming. The Mali warriors closed from every direction. Abraeus was killed almost immediately, an arrow through his face. Alexander fought with his sword and the sacred shield, cutting down every man who came within reach, but an Indian archer found an angle and put an arrow into Alexander's chest. The shaft punched through his breastplate and penetrated his lung. Alexander staggered, but kept fighting for several more seconds before blood loss dropped him to his knees. Pusestus stood over his fallen king with the shield of Achilles, or so the army would remember it, the sacred shield from Troy protecting the man who had modeled his life on the Iliad, and fought off the attackers while Leonidas defended the other side. They held the wall for what must have been minutes but felt like hours. The 3 of them, and then the two of them, and then Peucestus alone standing over Alexander's body, until the Macedonian soldiers outside, driven to frenzy by the sight of their king disappearing over the wall and the sounds of fighting within, broke through the gate and stormed the citadel. The rage of the Macedonians when they found Alexander lying in his own blood with an arrow through his lung was absolute and indiscriminate. They killed every living thing inside the citadel, men, women, children. The ancient sources do not flinch from the totality of the massacre. The soldiers believed Alexander was dead or dying, and their grief expressed itself as annihilation. They did not take prisoners. They did not spare non-combatants. The city of the Mali was emptied of human life in the hours following the breach, and the surrounding settlements were treated with the same comprehensive violence in the days that followed. Alexander was not dead, though for several days the outcome was genuinely uncertain. The arrow was extracted by his physician, Critidemus of Cos, or possibly Perdiccas, who performed the emergency surgery when the physician's hands shook too badly to proceed, depending on which source one follows. The shaft had to be cut out rather than pulled because the arrowhead was barbed and embedded in the bone of the rib cage. When the arrow was removed, blood and air bubbled from the wound together, indicating that the lung had been pierced. Alexander lost consciousness. A rumor swept through the army that the king was dead, and the effect was immediate and terrifying. Soldiers wept openly. Officers stood in stunned paralysis. The entire military enterprise, the conquests, the administration, the garrison scattered across 10,000 miles, the newly founded cities, the complex web of alliances and appointments, all of it depended on one man's heartbeat, and that heartbeat had nearly stopped in a mud brick fortress in the Punjab because the man it belonged to could not resist being the first one over the wall. Alexander recovered. He always recovered. The wound was severe enough that he could not walk for weeks, and modern physicians who have analyzed the ancient descriptions suggest that the arrow may have collapsed his lung and that he survived only because the wound was on the right side rather than the left. But he recovered, and as soon as he was able to sit upright, he had himself carried to the riverbank and placed on his flagship in full view of the army. The soldiers lined both banks, many of them still weeping, and Alexander raised his hand to show them he was alive. When the ship pulled alongside the bank and he was carried ashore on a litter, he demanded that a horse be brought. He mounted it and rode through the camp, and the army's reaction did the cheering, the tears, the soldiers pressing forward to touch his cloak or his horse, or simply to see with their own eyes that the king still breathed, was a demonstration of the bond between Alexander and his men that no amount of subsequent tension could entirely erase. But his officers were furious, and several of them told him so. They had been unable to prevent him from climbing the wall. Alexander's physical courage was not a quality subject to the chain of command, but they could and did confront him about the recklessness of what he had done. The argument they made was not about his personal safety, which they knew he did not value. It was about their safety and the safety of every man in the army. If Alexander died in a skirmish at a nameless fortress in India, 10,000 miles from home, in a land where no Macedonian army had ever been and where no Macedonian army could hope to survive without its king, what happened then? Who led them home? Who negotiated with the dozens of Indian rajas and tribal chiefs whose submission was personal to Alexander and would not transfer to any successor? Who held together an empire that stretched from the Adriatic to the Indus, and that was governed by the force of one man's personality? Alexander listened. He said nothing in response. The sources suggest he understood the argument perfectly, and that it changed nothing about how he would behave the next time a wall needed to be scaled. The compulsion was deeper than reason. It was woven into the fabric of who he was, inseparable from the genius and the vision and the hunger that had carried him from Pella to the rivers of India. He could no more stop leading from the front than he could stop breathing. The wound at the Mali city was not a lesson. It was a preview. The fleet continued south. The Mali and their neighbors submitted in the wake of Alexander's wound, and the retribution that followed, not because they had been defeated in a conventional military sense, but because the sheer ferocity of the Macedonian response to the wounding of their king had made continued resistance seem not merely futile, but suicidal. The river carried the army through increasingly flat delta-like terrain as the Indus widened toward the sea. The landscape softened, the monsoon rains eased, the air took on a new quality, saltier, heavier, carrying the scent of something vast and open that the men from the mountain valleys of Macedonia had never smelled before. In July of 325 BCE, Alexander reached the Indian Ocean. The army descended the final stretches of the Indus Delta and stood on the shore of a sea that no Greek army had ever reached by marching overland from the Mediterranean world. Alexander waded into the surf, sacrificed bulls to Poseidon, and poured libations from a golden cup into the waves. He sailed out beyond the river mouth into the open ocean, watching the coastline of India recede behind him, and sacrificed again on a small island offshore. The moment carried a weight that was simultaneously personal, strategic, and mythological. He had reached the Southern Ocean, the great body of water that Greek cosmology believed encircled the inhabited world. He had proven that it was possible to march from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, that the two bodies of water were connected by a continuous coastline, and that the geography Aristotle had described was, in its broad outlines, correct. The world had an edge, and Alexander had reached it, but the ocean was not the end. It was, in Alexander's mind, merely a new beginning. He conceived a plan of extraordinary ambition. Nearchus would take the fleet and sail west along the coast from the Indus Delta to the Persian Gulf, exploring and mapping the coastline, establishing contact with the peoples along the shore, and proving that a sea route existed connecting India to Mesopotamia. Meanwhile, Alexander would march the army overland through the coastal desert of Gedrosia, modern Balochistan in southeastern Iran and southwestern Pakistan, to meet Nearchus at the head of the Persian Gulf. The decision to march through the Gedrosian desert has been debated by historians for centuries because it was, by any reasonable standard, one of the worst decisions Alexander ever made. The Gedrosian desert was known to be lethal. The ancient sources record that the legendary Queen Semiramis had led an army through it and emerged with only 20 survivors. Cyrus the Great, the founder of the Persian Empire, had attempted the crossing and lost most of his force. Alexander knew these stories. They were, in fact, part of the reason he chose the route. If Semiramis and Cyrus had failed, then succeeding where they had failed would place Alexander's name above theirs, the same logic that had driven him to assault Aornos, the fortress that Heracles could not take. The desire to surpass every figure in history and mythology, mortal and divine, was an engine that could not be satisfied and could not be turned off. It had carried him from Pella to the Indian Ocean. Now it would carry his army into a desert that would kill more of his soldiers than any battle he had ever fought. There were also practical reasons for the route. Nearchus's fleet would need supplies along the coast, and Alexander intended to march close enough to the shore to establish supply depots that the ships could access. The interior route through the Bolan Pass and back to Persepolis was longer, and it would mean abandoning Nearchus to navigate an unknown coastline without support. But these practical considerations do not fully explain the decision, because the Gedrosian coast was itself virtually uninhabited. There were no supply depots to establish, no friendly populations to draw provisions from, and the coast was separated from the interior by salt marshes and sand dunes that made coordination between a land force and a fleet nearly impossible. The army entered the Gedrosian desert in September 325 BCE with roughly 30,000 soldiers, veterans, camp followers, families of soldiers, and the accumulated human debris of an 8-year campaign that had swept up peoples from every territory it crossed. They carried 60 days of water and provisions. It was not enough. The Gedrosian crossing became the single greatest catastrophe of Alexander's career. The desert was not merely hot. It was a landscape of active hostility. Soft sand that swallowed men to their waists, dunes that shifted overnight, and buried the trail markers left by advance parties, heat so intense during the day that marching was impossible, and the army moved only at night. Water sources that local guides had promised turned out to be dry or brackish, or so far from the line of march that detours of 50 miles were required to reach them. The army's pack animals died first, horses, mules, and camels collapsing in the sand and being immediately butchered for their meat and the water in their stomachs. The soldiers ate the raw flesh because there was no fuel to build fires. Flash floods. The paradoxical danger of desert environments where rain falls rarely but violently struck the army's camp on at least one occasion. A seasonal watercourse that had been dry for months suddenly filled with a wall of muddy water during a nighttime rainstorm in the mountains. The floods swept through the camp while the soldiers slept, drowning women and children, carrying away equipment and the remaining supplies, and killing pack animals that were tethered in the stream bed. The survivors staggered out of the mud at dawn to find that the flood had destroyed much of what little they had left. Alexander shared the suffering. The sources are emphatic on this point, and the specific anecdote they preserve has the quality of something that was remembered precisely because it distilled the essence of the man into a single gesture. During the worst of the crossing, a patrol found a small pool of water in a rocky depression, barely enough to fill a helmet. They brought it to Alexander. The army watched. Alexander took the helmet, looked at the water, and poured it into the sand. If his men could not drink, he would not drink. The gesture was worth more than the water. It was a statement that the suffering was shared, that the king would not exempt himself from the consequences of his own decisions, and that the bond between Alexander and his soldiers remained unbroken even in extremity. The army cheered. They marched on. They emerged from the desert after 60 days. The ancient sources estimate that Alexander lost somewhere between 1/4 and 3/4 of his force in the crossing, a spread so wide that precise numbers are impossible. But even the most conservative estimates suggest that thousands of soldiers, camp followers, and family members died of thirst, heat, starvation, and exhaustion in the Gedrosian sands. It was more men than Alexander had lost in all his battles combined. The conqueror who had defeated Darius at Gaugamela with fewer than 1,200 casualties had marched into a desert and emerged with an army diminished by thousands who had died without an enemy in sight. The survivors straggled into the coastal regions of southeastern Persia. Pura, the capital of Gedrosia, gaunt, sun-blackened, and barely recognizable as the disciplined force that had crossed the Indus a few months earlier. Alexander rested them, resupplied from local stores, and waited for news from Nearchus, whose fleet had departed the Indus Delta on a separate timeline and whose fate was entirely unknown. Weeks passed without word. Alexander, who rarely showed anxiety in front of his officers, grew visibly concerned. The fleet might have been destroyed by storms, or attacked by hostile coastal populations, or simply lost in unfamiliar waters. If Nearchus and his men were dead, the responsibility would be Alexander's alone. He had ordered the voyage. He had promised to support it from the shore, and the Gedrosian crossing had made that support impossible. The reunion, when it came, was one of the few moments of uncompromised joy in the later years of Alexander's career. Nearchus and a small advance party appeared at Alexander's camp near the coast, ragged and weathered but alive. The fleet had survived. The voyage had been harrowing. Nearchus's account, preserved through Arrian, describes encounters with whales that terrified the Greek sailors, coastal peoples who attacked the ships with stone-tipped arrows, long stretches where no fresh water could be found, and a crew so hungry that they ate the leather fittings from the ship's rigging. But the fleet was intact. The sea route from India to the Persian Gulf had been proven navigable. Alexander wept when he saw Nearchus. It was, the sources suggest, one of the few times his tears were prompted not by grief or frustration, but by simple, uncomplicated relief that someone he loved was still alive. The army marched west through the Persian heartland in the closing months of 325 BCE, and what Alexander found as he re-entered the territories he had conquered 3 years earlier was deeply disturbing. In his absence, the empire had drifted toward chaos. Satraps and military governors, believing the rumors that Alexander had died in India or assuming that an army lost in the Gedrosian desert would never return, had begun behaving as independent rulers. Some had embezzled treasury funds on a massive scale. Others had raised private armies. Several had committed atrocities against local populations, earning the hatred of the very people Alexander's policies of cultural respect were designed to conciliate. Harpalus, Alexander's treasurer and childhood friend, had absconded with 5,000 talents of silver and 6,000 mercenary soldiers, fleeing to Athens where he attempted to buy political influence before being expelled and eventually murdered. Alexander's response was swift, comprehensive, and terrifying. He purged the empire. Governors who had abused their positions were removed, tried, and in many cases executed. Military commanders who had raised unauthorized forces were stripped of their commands. The message was unmistakable. The king was alive. The king had returned, and the king's absence was not a license for autonomy. The purges were necessary. Without them, the administrative structure Alexander had built across the empire would have fragmented into a collection of independent satrapies within a generation. But the scale of the punishment and the speed with which it was carried out added another layer of fear to an officer corps that had already learned at the Philotas affair, and the killing of Parmenion that Alexander's justice was absolute and his mercy conditional. The army reached Susa in the spring of 324 BCE, and it was here that Alexander attempted the most ambitious and most controversial social experiment of his reign. The mass wedding at Susa, an event that crystallized his vision of a fused Greco-Persian empire and simultaneously pushed his Macedonian veterans closer to open revolt than they had been since the Beas. Alexander had ordered 90 of his senior officers to marry women from the Persian and Median aristocracy in a single enormous ceremony conducted according to Persian rites. He himself took a second wife, Statira, the daughter of Darius III, the woman whose family he had treated with such conspicuous generosity after Issus. Hephaestion married Statira's sister Drypetus, making the two closest friends brothers-in-law and ensuring that their eventual children would be cousins: Craterus, Perdiccas, Ptolemy, Nearchus, Seleucus. Virtually every senior commander in the army was matched with a Persian noblewoman of high birth. The weddings lasted 5 days. 10,000 additional Macedonian soldiers who had taken Asian wives during the campaign were given wedding gifts and had their unions formally recognized. The expense was staggering. The symbolism was unmistakable. Alexander was not merely building political alliances through marriage. He was attempting to create a new ruling class, a generation of children who would be both Greek and Persian, who would inherit the traditions of both civilizations and who would govern the empire not as conquerors administering a subject population, but as the natural aristocracy of a unified world. It was a vision so far ahead of its time that it took centuries for anyone to attempt anything similar, and it was a vision that his Macedonian soldiers found not inspiring but insulting. They had conquered the Persian Empire. They had not signed up to become Persians. The tension erupted at Opis on the Tigris River in the summer of 324 BCE. Alexander announced that he was discharging his oldest and most experienced veterans, men who were too old or too wounded to continue active service, and sending them home to Macedonia with generous bonuses and full honors. He intended it as a reward. The army received it as an insult. What the soldiers heard was not gratitude, but replacement. Alexander had been integrating Persian and Central Asian soldiers into the army for years. He had trained 30,000 young Persians in Macedonian fighting techniques and equipped them with Macedonian weapons. The veterans saw themselves being discarded in favor of barbarian replacements, their services no longer needed now that the king had found cheaper and more compliant soldiers who would not object to proskynesis or Persian court dress or the endless march into unknown lands. The army mutinied, not the quiet refusal of the Beas, where soldiers had simply stopped marching. This was open, vocal, angry rebellion. Soldiers shouted at Alexander. They told him to discharge them all. Send the whole army home and campaign with his father. His father Ammon, they meant. If he was a god's son, let the god's army fight his battles. The invocation of Ammon was deliberate and devastating. It struck at the core of Alexander's divine pretensions, mocking the identity he had constructed for himself since Siwa, reducing the son of Zeus to a delusional man standing alone on a platform while his soldiers jeered. Alexander's reaction was volcanic. He leapt from the platform into the crowd, personally identified 13 ringleaders, pointing them out by name one by one, and ordered them seized and immediately executed. The army fell silent. Then Alexander returned to the platform and delivered a speech that the sources preserve in various forms, but whose emotional arc is consistent across all of them. He recounted everything he and his father had given the army. He listed the battles, the conquests, the wealth. He showed his own wounds, the scar on his head from the Granicus, the arrow wound in his chest from the Mali city, the sword cuts and spear thrusts that marked his body from shoulder to ankle. He told them that he possessed nothing that he did not share with them, that he ate what they ate, slept less than they slept, and bled more than any of them. And then he told them to go. All of them. Leave. Go home to Macedonia and tell people there that they abandoned their king among the barbarians he had conquered. He would find other soldiers. He would find Persians who were willing to serve. He did not need Macedonians. He withdrew to the inner palace and refused to see anyone for 2 days. On the second day, he summoned Persian officers and began assigning them to Macedonian military commands, the companion cavalry, the royal bodyguard, the elite infantry units that had always been exclusively Macedonian. He created Persian units with Macedonian names. He called Persian soldiers his kinsmen, the title of honor that Macedonian nobles regarded as their exclusive birthright. The effect was exactly what he intended. The Macedonian soldiers broke. They surged to the palace gates, weeping, throwing down their weapons as a sign of supplication, begging to be let in, begging for forgiveness. They would not leave. They cried and shouted that they would not move from the gates until Alexander relented. He came out. He saw the army, his army, the instrument that had conquered the world, standing in the dust with tears running down their weathered faces. Alexander wept too. A veteran cavalry officer named Kalenes approached and said that what hurt the Macedonians most was that Alexander had called the Persians his kinsmen, but had never given that title to his own soldiers. Alexander replied that all of them were his kinsmen from this moment forward. Kalenes kissed him. The army cheered. The mutiny was over. Alexander organized a great banquet of reconciliation at which 9,000 men sat together. Macedonians, Greeks, Persians, and soldiers from every territory the army had crossed. Greek seers and Persian magi performed prayers side by side. Alexander poured the libation and prayed publicly for harmony and partnership between Macedonians and Persians in the governance of the empire. It was by any measure one of the most remarkable political ceremonies of the ancient world. A conqueror praying for unity with the conquered, asking the gods to bless a partnership between peoples who had been killing each other for a decade. Whether Alexander's prayer was sincere idealism or sophisticated political theater is a question that has divided historians since the event itself. The answer may be that the distinction did not exist for Alexander. His idealism was his politics. His vision of a unified empire was simultaneously the most generous and the most self-serving thing he could imagine, because the empire he envisioned was unified under himself, and the harmony he prayed for was harmony achieved through absolute submission to his will. The veterans were discharged and sent home under Craterus's command. 10,000 men, the oldest and most battle-hardened soldiers in the army, carrying with them the accumulated wealth of 8 years of conquest and the stories that would spread through every village in Macedonia and Greece. They carried something else as well, though they did not know it. They carried the last direct connection between Alexander's army and the homeland it had left behind. When Craterus marched west with the veterans, the army that remained with Alexander in Mesopotamia was no longer a Macedonian army in any meaningful ethnic sense. It was Alexander's army, a polyglot force of Macedonians, Greeks, Persians, Bactrians, Sogdians, and Indians bound together not by shared nationality, but by shared service to a single man. It was the army of the empire Alexander had imagined. It was also an army that would have no center once that man was gone. In the autumn of 324 BCE, in the ancient city of Ecbatana, Alexander lost the person who mattered to him more than any other human being on earth. Hephaestion had been Alexander's closest companion since childhood. They had studied together under Aristotle at Beas. They had crossed the Hellespont together, run naked around the tomb of Achilles together, fought side by side at every major battle from the Granicus to the Hydaspes. Hephaestion was the man Alexander had called also Alexander when Sisygambis prostrated herself before the wrong person at Issus. He was the man Alexander had chosen to marry Drypetus, Statira's sister, so that their children would share blood. He was the man who had co-commanded the companion cavalry after the Philotas affair, who had led the advance column through the Khyber Pass, who had built the bridge across the Indus. He was, in every sense that mattered, Alexander's other self. The one person in the world who had known Alexander before he became what he became, who had watched the transformation from boy to king to conqueror to something approaching divinity, and who had loved him through all of it without the complication of rivalry or the corrosion of resentment. The ancient sources describe their relationship with varying degrees of directness. Arrian treats it with characteristic restraint, noting simply that Hephaestion was the person Alexander loved most in the world. Curtius and Diodorus are more explicit, and the parallels that both Alexander and Hephaestion themselves encouraged, the identification with Achilles and Patroclus, carried implications that their contemporaries would have understood without explanation. Whether the relationship was sexual, romantic, emotional, or some category that the ancient world did not distinguish with the same boundaries the modern world applies, the depth of the bond was not in question. It was the central personal relationship of Alexander's life, more important than any marriage, more enduring than any political alliance, more revealing of his inner nature than any battle or conquest. Hephaestion was the mirror in which Alexander saw the version of himself he wished to be. Hephaestion fell ill during the athletic games and festivals that Alexander organized at Ecbatana. The sources describe his illness as a fever, possibly typhoid, possibly some other infectious disease endemic to the region, that worsened rapidly. He was attended by Alexander's personal physician Glaucius, who prescribed a restricted diet and rest. For several days, Hephaestion appeared to improve. Then, while Glaucius was absent at the theater and Hephaestion was left without supervision, the patient ate a boiled chicken and drank a large quantity of wine. The fever returned with catastrophic force. By the time Alexander was summoned, he was watching athletic competitions in the stadium. Hephaestion was dying. Alexander ran from the stadium to Hephaestion's quarters. He did not arrive in time. Hephaestion was dead before Alexander reached his side. What followed was a display of grief so extreme that even the ancient sources, accustomed to recording the extravagant emotions of kings and heroes, describe it with something approaching alarm. Alexander threw himself on the body and lay there for hours, weeping, and could not be pulled away by his companions. He ordered the physician Glaucius crucified for negligence, a sentence that was carried out, the doctor dying on a cross for the crime of leaving his patient unsupervised. Alexander cut his own hair short in mourning, an echo of Achilles cutting his hair over the body of Patroclus, and ordered the manes and tails of all the horses in the army cropped as well. He commanded that the sacred flame in the temple of Ecbatana be extinguished, a gesture of such profound religious significance that the Persian priests protested because the sacred flame was extinguished only upon the death of a great king. Alexander did not care. If the flame burned for dead kings, it would burn out for Hephaestion. He sent to the oracle of Ammon at Siwa, asking whether Hephaestion could be worshipped as a god. The oracle replied that Hephaestion could be honored as a divine hero, a status below full divinity but above mortality, a rank that placed him in the company of Heracles and Achilles. Alexander accepted this and ordered that a hero cult be established in Hephaestion's name throughout the empire, with temples, altars, and regular sacrifices. He commissioned a funeral monument in Babylon that was to be the most expensive structure ever built for a single individual. The sources describe a stepped tower, perhaps 200 feet high, decorated with gilded eagles, sculpted ships, lions, bulls, and other symbols, at a cost that Diodorus estimates at 10,000 talents. Whether the monument was ever completed is uncertain. Alexander did not live long enough to see it finished. He refused to eat for 3 days after Hephaestion's death. When he finally emerged from his quarters, he launched a military campaign against the Kasaeans, a mountain tribe in the Zagros range near Ecbatana, who had long been a nuisance to travelers and traders in the region. Alexander's generals understood the campaign for what it was. Not a strategic operation, but an act of channeled grief, a way for the king to convert his anguish into the only language he had ever fully mastered. He attacked the Kasaeans in the dead of winter when their mountain passes were choked with snow, and annihilated them with a thoroughness that the sources describe as a sacrifice to Hephaestion's spirit. Entire communities were destroyed. The survivors were driven from their homes into the frozen mountains. It was grief expressed as genocide, mourning conducted through extermination, and it revealed with terrible clarity the state of Alexander's mind in the months before his own death. The army marched to Babylon in the spring of 323 BCE, and the omens that accompanied the approach were uniformly terrible, or so the sources record, with the benefit of hindsight that inevitably colored the narrative of a death that no one had expected. Chaldean priests met Alexander outside the city and warned him not to enter through the western gate, or perhaps not to enter the city at all. The astronomical records they maintained The Babylonian priesthood had been tracking celestial movements for centuries with a precision that Greek astronomy could not yet match, had revealed signs they interpreted as deadly. Alexander initially heeded the warning and attempted to approach from a different direction, but the marshy terrain to the east of the city made the alternative route impractical, and he entered through the western gate after all. The Chaldeans' warning joined the growing catalog of portents that the ancient sources accumulated around Alexander's final days. A catalog that grew richer and more elaborate with every retelling, as historians working decades and centuries after the event searched for signs that the greatest conqueror of the age had been warned, had been given the chance to change his course and had marched forward into death with the same refusal to turn back that had defined his entire life. In Babylon, Alexander threw himself into the work of empire with an energy that suggests either a man running from grief or a man genuinely consumed by visions of what he would build next. The plans he developed in these final months were staggering in their scope. He ordered the construction of a fleet of warships, some sources say 1,000 vessels, for a campaign to conquer the Arabian Peninsula, a landmass that occupied the space between his Egyptian and Mesopotamian possessions and that controlled trade routes of immense commercial value. Arabia was to be the next great campaign, the next unconquered territory to be brought under his rule, and Alexander's preparations suggest he intended it as the opening phase of an even more ambitious design. The sources hint at plans that extended beyond Arabia, a western campaign against Carthage, against Italy, against the peoples of the western Mediterranean, who had never felt the weight of Macedonian arms. Whether these plans were real or inventions of later historians seeking to magnify Alexander's ambition beyond its already extraordinary dimensions is debated. What is clear is that Alexander, at 32 years old, with an empire stretching from the Adriatic to the Indus, was planning to expand it further. The refusal at the Beas had not extinguished his hunger. Hephaestion's death had not redirected it. The Gedrosian disaster had not taught him caution. He was still the boy who had told his father that Macedonia was too small. He threw banquets. The sources describe a social calendar in these final weeks that was relentless even by Alexander's standards. Nightly feasting with his officers, visiting dignitaries, and the ever-growing court that a world empire required him to maintain. Ambassadors arrived from across the Mediterranean world. Libyans, Carthaginians, Etruscans, Iberians, and possibly even Romans. The sources disagree on the specific embassies, and some may be later fabrications, but the general picture is of a man whose reputation had drawn the attention of every significant power in the known world. They came to pay respect, to seek alliance, to take the measure of the man who had redrawn the map of civilization. They found him in Babylon, surrounded by the accumulated grandeur of three ancient empires, planning campaigns that would extend his reach to the Western Ocean. On an evening in late May or early June of 323 BCE, the exact date is uncertain, though tradition places it around the end of May, Alexander attended a banquet hosted by his companion Beas of Larissa. He drank heavily. The sources are specific about this, and the specificity matters because what happened next has generated one of the longest-running debates in ancient history. During or immediately after the banquet, Alexander was seized by a sudden, violent fever. He was helped to his quarters. He bathed, hoping to break the fever. It did not break. He slept fitfully and woke the next morning still feverish. He attended another banquet that evening. Alexander's commitment to his social obligations, or his refusal to acknowledge physical weakness, was evidently undiminished by illness, and drank again. The fever worsened. Over the next 10 days, Alexander's condition deteriorated in a pattern that the ancient sources describe with enough clinical detail to have occupied the speculation of physicians and historians for over 2 millennia. The Royal Diaries. The official court record, likely maintained by Alexander's secretary Eumenes, provide a day-by-day account that Arrian and Plutarch both drew upon. The fever was continuous and intensifying. Alexander continued to conduct business for the first several days, discussing the Arabian expedition with Nearchus, performing sacrifices, giving orders about troop movements and fleet preparations. He was carried on a litter to the daily sacrifices because he could no longer walk. He bathed repeatedly, seeking relief from the fever in the cold water of the palace pools. He continued to drink wine, which the ancient physicians may have prescribed as treatment, or which he may have demanded out of habit. By the 6th or 7th day, his voice began to fail. He could whisper to his officers, but could no longer speak at normal volume. He was moved from the palace to a building beside the royal pool, where the air was cooler. He continued to give orders, pointing to officers and mouthing words when his voice disappeared entirely. The fever was now constant and extreme. The army, learning that their king was gravely ill, grew restless and then desperate. Rumors circulated that Alexander was already dead and that his officers were concealing the fact to prevent chaos. Soldiers demanded to see the king. The demand became insistent, then threatening, and Alexander's generals, recognizing that a mutiny born of uncertainty would be more dangerous than the truth, opened the doors and allowed the army to file past. They came by the thousands, in a procession that the sources describe as one of the most affecting scenes of the entire narrative. The soldiers of the army that had conquered the known world filed through Alexander's chamber in a line that stretched out of the building and across the grounds of the palace complex. Alexander lay on his bed, unable to speak, his body burning with a fever that had consumed him for over a week. As each man passed, Alexander raised his head slightly, or in some accounts raised his eyes, no longer having the strength to lift his head and acknowledge them. Some he recognized, some he did not. They were weeping. Hardened veterans who had held the line at Gaugamela and scaled the walls of Tyre and marched through the Gedrosian desert wept openly as they filed past the bed of a 32-year-old man who had led them further from home than any of them had ever imagined going, and who was now clearly and unmistakably dying. The question of what killed Alexander has never been definitively answered, and the range of theories reflects both the limitations of ancient medical reporting and the irresistible human desire to find meaning in the deaths of extraordinary people. The ancient sources themselves were divided. The most persistent theory in antiquity was poison. A tradition preserved by several historians held that Antipater, the regent Alexander had left in charge of Macedonia, a man who had governed competently but who had clashed repeatedly with Olympias and who had reason to fear that Alexander intended to replace him, arranged for his son Iolus, who served as Alexander's cupbearer, to administer a fatal substance in the king's wine. The supposed poison was said to have been brought from Macedonia in the hoof of a mule, the only container that could hold it without being corroded. Aristotle himself was implicated in some versions of the conspiracy, motivated by the death of his nephew Callisthenes. Olympias, years later, reportedly desecrated Aeolus's tomb in retaliation. Modern scholars have largely discounted the poison theory, though it cannot be definitively ruled out. The 10-day progression of symptoms is inconsistent with most known poisons of the ancient world, which tended to kill quickly or not at all. More plausible medical diagnoses include typhoid fever, complicated by the heavy drinking that would have weakened his immune response and stressed his organs. Malaria has been suggested, given the marshy environment around Babylon, though the continuous nature of the fever is more consistent with typhoid. West Nile virus, acute pancreatitis triggered by alcohol, and perforated bowel from his multiple previous wounds have all been proposed. A recent theory suggests Guillain-Barré syndrome, an autoimmune disorder that could explain the ascending paralysis the sources describe in Alexander's final days. The truth is that we do not know. The ancient physicians who attended him did not have the diagnostic tools to identify the specific pathogen or condition that was killing their patient, and the literary sources that preserve their observations were filtered through decades of retelling before they were written down. What we know is the progression. The fever that would not break, the voice that faded to a whisper and then to silence, the body that could still acknowledge his soldiers with his eyes when every other function had failed, the mind that remained aware or at least responsive almost to the end. And finally, on the evening of June 10th or June 11th, 323 BCE, the date corresponds to the 28th of the Babylonian month of Dacios, Alexander III of Macedon, king of Macedonia, pharaoh of Egypt, great king of Persia, lord of Asia, the man who had conquered more of the known world than any single individual before or since, died in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon. He was 32 years old. He had reigned for 12 years and 8 months. He had been campaigning continuously for over 11 of them. The ancient sources preserve one final exchange that has echoed through the centuries, with a resonance that the men in the room could not have anticipated. In the days before his death, when Alexander could still whisper, his generals gathered around his bed and asked the question that the entire empire was waiting to hear. To whom did he leave his kingdom? The empire that stretched from the Danube to the Indus, from the cataracts of the Nile to the frozen rivers of Central Asia. Who would rule it when Alexander was gone? The sources record his answer in slightly different formulations, but the meaning is consistent across all of them. The strongest, he whispered, to the strongest. Some sources add a second remark, that he foresaw his funeral games would be great. The word he used in the Greek tradition carried a double meaning. Funeral games were the athletic competitions held to honor a dead hero. But the games Alexander foresaw were not athletic contests. They were the wars that would tear his empire apart as his generals fought each other for the pieces. Other accounts suggest that Alexander did not say "to the strongest" at all, that his voice had deteriorated so badly that his whispered words were ambiguous, and that what sounded like "to the strongest" might actually have been "to Craterus," the name of the general he had sent west with the veterans, and who was, at that moment, somewhere on the road between Mesopotamia and Macedonia. If Alexander intended Craterus as his successor, the instruction was either misheard or deliberately misreported by the men in the room who had their own ambitions. The difference between a single whispered name and a general declaration was, in this case, the difference between an orderly succession and 40 years of devastating civil war. Alexander's body was laid out in the throne room of the Babylonian palace. The sources describe a period of confusion and paralysis that lasted for days. The officers and soldiers unable to fully absorb the reality that the man around whom the entire world had been organized was gone. The body began to decompose in the Mesopotamian heat, and yet the sources claim, with evident wonder, that for several days the corpse showed no signs of decay. Modern medical commentators have suggested that Alexander may have suffered from Guillain-Barré syndrome, or a similar condition that produced a death-like state of ascending paralysis while the brain remained alive, and that what the ancients interpreted as miraculous preservation may in fact have been the stillness of a man not yet entirely dead. The possibility is deeply unsettling, and the evidence is far too thin to support it as more than speculation. But the ancient sources recorded the observation because it seemed to them to confirm what they had always suspected, that Alexander was not entirely mortal, and that even death treated him differently than it treated other men. His generals began dividing the empire before the body was cold. In the grand reception hall where Darius had once received tribute from the nations of the world, Alexander's officers carved up the greatest empire the ancient world had ever seen, with a mixture of pragmatism, ambition, and grief that would set the stage for the most violent and protracted succession crisis in ancient history. The arrangements made at Babylon and were later refined at a second conference at Triparadises and distributed the satrapies among Alexander's generals in a settlement that everyone knew was temporary. Perdiccas, who held Alexander's signet ring, was named regent. Ptolemy took Egypt. Antigonus held most of Asia Minor. Seleucus received Babylonia. Lysimachus took Thrace. Antipater and Craterus shared authority over Macedonia and Greece. Roxane was pregnant. If the child was male, it would be the legitimate heir, if the generals could agree to wait. They could not. Within 2 years, the first of the Wars of the Diadochi, the Wars of the Successors, erupted. Perdiccas was murdered by his own officers during a failed invasion of Egypt. Craterus died in battle. Antipater died of old age and was succeeded by men with less authority and fewer scruples. The wars would continue for over 40 years, consuming every one of Alexander's senior officers in a chain of battles, betrayals, assassinations, and shifting alliances that ultimately tore the empire into 3 major successor kingdoms: Ptolemaic Egypt, the Seleucid Empire stretching from Anatolia to Central Asia, and Antigonid Macedonia. The fate of Alexander's family was the darkest thread in this unraveling. Roxane gave birth to a son, Alexander IV, shortly after his father's death. The boy became nominal king, a title that carried no power and served only to make him a target. Olympias, Alexander's mother, fought with ferocious determination to protect her grandson's claim, allying with one faction after another in the endless succession wars. She was captured and executed by Cassander, Antipater's son. In 316 BCE, Roxane and the young Alexander IV were imprisoned by Cassander and murdered around 310 BCE. The boy was approximately 13 years old, the same age Alexander had been when he tamed Bucephalus. Alexander's other son, Heracles, born to his mistress Barcine, was also murdered on Cassander's orders. Statera, Alexander's Persian wife, had been killed by Roxane shortly after Alexander's death, murdered out of jealousy or political calculation or both. Within 2 decades of Alexander's death, every member of his immediate family had been killed. The bloodline of the man who had conquered the world was extinguished with a thoroughness that even his own campaigns had rarely achieved. His body became a prize in its own right. A magnificent funeral carriage was constructed. Diodorus describes it in extraordinary detail. A temple on wheels, gold-roofed, jewel-encrusted, drawn by 64 mules with the embalmed body of Alexander lying in a golden sarcophagus filled with honey and spices. The carriage was intended to carry the body to Macedonia for burial in the royal tombs at Aegae, where Philip lay. It never arrived. Ptolemy, recognizing the enormous political value of possessing the conqueror's corpse, intercepted the funeral carriage in Syria and diverted it to Egypt. The body was installed first at Memphis and later at Alexandria, in a magnificent tomb called the Soma that became one of the most visited sites in the ancient world. Julius Caesar, Augustus, and countless other Roman leaders would make pilgrimages to Alexander's tomb in the centuries that followed. Augustus reportedly handled the body so carelessly that he accidentally broke the nose off the mummified corpse. Caligula is said to have stolen Alexander's breastplate from the sarcophagus and worn it himself. The tomb's location was eventually lost. Sometime after the 4th century CE, during the political and religious upheavals that transformed the ancient Mediterranean world, the Soma disappeared from the historical record. Whether it was destroyed, buried, subsumed into the foundations of later buildings, or simply forgotten remains one of archaeology's enduring mysteries. Alexander's body. The body that carried the scars of the Granicus and the arrow wound of the Mali city, the body that had marched from the Aegean to the Indian Ocean and back, lies somewhere beneath the modern streets of Alexandria, or perhaps does not. Consumed by the same time and entropy that consume everything the mortal world produces, regardless of how brightly it burned, the empire Alexander built did not survive him. But the world Alexander made endured for centuries, and in many ways endures still, woven so deeply into the fabric of civilization that we no longer recognize the threads as his. To understand the magnitude of what changed, consider the world as it existed on the day Alexander crossed the Hellespont in 334 BCE. The Greek-speaking world was a collection of small, fractious city-states clustered around the Aegean Sea, brilliant in philosophy and art, stunted in political ambition, and profoundly parochial in their understanding of the wider world. The Greeks knew that Persia existed. They knew that Egypt existed. They had heard of India the way a medieval European might have heard of China, as a distant, half-mythological place from which exotic goods arrived through long and obscure chains of trade. The average Athenian citizen had never traveled further than the neighboring city-state. The average Macedonian soldier had never seen a body of water larger than the Thermaic Gulf. The world beyond the eastern Mediterranean was, for practical purposes, a rumor decorated with legends. Within 12 years, Alexander shattered that parochialism so completely that it could never be reassembled. Macedonian soldiers had walked through Babylon and bathed in the Indus. Greek engineers had built siege works on the coast of Lebanon and pontoon bridges across rivers in the Punjab. Surveyors had measured the distances between cities that no Greek had ever visited, and those measurements had been sent back to Aristotle in Athens, where they were incorporated into a body of geographic knowledge that would remain the most comprehensive available for centuries. The world had not merely been conquered, it had been mapped, measured, recorded, and connected. The isolation of the Greek world from the civilizations of the East was over permanently, and the cultural consequences of that connection would ripple outward for 1,000 years. The successor kingdoms that emerged from the wreckage of Alexander's empire became the vessels through which this connection was maintained and deepened. Each kingdom, in its own way, continued the work of cultural synthesis that Alexander had begun, though none pursued it with his messianic intensity and none achieved the unity he had envisioned. Ptolemaic Egypt became the most spectacular of the successor states, and the one whose cultural achievements most directly shaped the intellectual traditions of the Western world. The Ptolemies, Macedonian Greeks ruling an Egyptian population from the city Alexander had founded, created in Alexandria a center of learning, commerce, and cosmopolitan culture that had no precedent and few successors until the modern era. The Great Library of Alexandria, founded by Ptolemy I or his son Ptolemy II, assembled the largest collection of written knowledge in the ancient world. Scholars from across the Mediterranean and the Near East were invited, funded, and housed by the Ptolemaic court, and their work in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, geography, literary criticism, and philosophy built on foundations that were themselves a fusion of Greek, Egyptian, Babylonian, and Persian intellectual traditions. Euclid wrote his Elements in Alexandria, systematizing the geometry that Aristotle's philosophical method had made conceivable. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy, using observations from Alexandria and Syene that were only possible because Alexander's conquests had created a unified geographic framework within which such measurements could be coordinated. Aristarchus proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system 17 centuries before Copernicus. The Septuagint, the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, was produced in Alexandria, a work of translation that would become foundational to both Judaism's engagement with the wider Mediterranean world and later to the spread of Christianity. None of these achievements were Alexander's in any direct sense, but all of them occurred in a city he founded, in a kingdom his general established, within an intellectual culture that his conquest made possible. The Library of Alexandria was, in a very real sense, the institutional expression of the curiosity that Aristotle had planted in Alexander's mind at Mysa, and that Alexander had carried across 3 continents, collecting specimens, recording observations, and sending them back to the philosopher who had taught him that the world was a system waiting to be understood. The Seleucid Empire, which at its height stretched from Anatolia to the borders of India, pursued a different model of cultural integration. Seleucus I, who had served as one of Alexander's infantry commanders and who later governed Babylonia before expanding his domain through a series of wars against the other successors, maintained many of Alexander's administrative practices. Greek was the language of government. Greek cities were founded throughout the empire: Antioch on the Orontes in Syria, Seleucia on the Tigris near Babylon, dozens of smaller settlements scattered across Mesopotamia, Persia, and Central Asia. These cities were not merely military garrisons. They were functioning urban centers with Greek-style civic institutions, councils, gymnasiums, theaters, agoras, that existed alongside and interacted with the much older urban traditions of the Mesopotamian and Persian civilizations that surrounded them. The result was a cultural layering of extraordinary complexity. In a Seleucid city, a Greek merchant might negotiate a contract using Greek legal forms in a marketplace built on foundations that were 2,000 years old, buy grain that was grown using irrigation techniques developed by the Sumerians, and worship at a temple where Greek and Mesopotamian religious practices had merged into something neither fully Greek nor fully Babylonian, but distinctly new. The archaeological record of these cities reveals a material culture of constant hybridization. Greek architectural forms decorated with Near Eastern motifs, pottery that blends Greek shapes with local manufacturing techniques, coinage that bears Greek inscriptions on one side and Aramaic on the other. This was the world Alexander's conquest created, not a world where Greek culture replaced everything it encountered, but a world where cultures that had previously existed in relative isolation were forced into sustained contact and began producing combinations that neither could have generated alone. The easternmost reaches of this cultural diffusion produced some of the most remarkable and least expected results. In the region of Gandhara, encompassing parts of modern Afghanistan and Pakistan, precisely the territory through which Alexander had marched on his way to the Hydaspes, Greek artistic traditions encountered Buddhist religious thought and produced one of the most visually striking and historically significant cultural fusions in human history. The earliest representations of the Buddha in human form appear in Gandharan sculpture, and they bear the unmistakable influence of Greek artistic conventions. The Buddha's draped robes echo the flowing garments of Greek statuary. His facial features, the straight nose, the wavy hair, the serene expression, recall the idealized forms of Hellenistic sculpture. The artistic tradition that would eventually carry Buddhist imagery across Central Asia into China, Korea, and Japan began in a region where Alexander's soldiers had camped, and where the Greek colonies he and his successors established maintained a Hellenic artistic vocabulary for centuries after his death. The Greco-Bactrian kingdom, which broke away from the Seleucid Empire in the mid-3rd century BCE, carried this cultural fusion even further. Greek kings ruled from the cities Alexander had founded in what is now northern Afghanistan, minting coins of extraordinary artistic quality, building temples that combined Greek columnar architecture with Central Asian decorative traditions, and governing populations that spoke Greek, Bactrian, Sanskrit, and half a dozen other languages. Menander I, the most famous of the Indo-Greek kings, ruled a kingdom that extended deep into the Indian subcontinent in the 2nd century BCE. He is remembered in the Buddhist tradition as Milinda, a king who engaged in philosophical dialogue with the Buddhist sage Nagasena, a conversation preserved in the Pali text known as the Milinda Panha or Questions of Milinda. A Greek king, ruling territory that Alexander had conquered, engaging in serious intellectual exchange with Indian Buddhist philosophy, producing a text that would become canonical in the Theravada Buddhist tradition. It is difficult to imagine a more vivid illustration of the cultural connections that Alexander's conquest set in motion. But the legacy was not only cultural, it was also political, and the political consequences were as ambiguous and as morally complex as Alexander himself. Alexander invented, or at least perfected, a model of universal empire that would be imitated by every major imperial project that followed him. The Roman Empire, which eventually absorbed all three of Alexander's successor kingdoms, was profoundly shaped by the Hellenistic model that Alexander's conquest created. Roman generals openly modeled themselves on Alexander. Pompey styled himself the Great in conscious imitation. Caesar wept before a statue of Alexander in Spain, lamenting that he had achieved nothing comparable at the same age. Augustus kept a seal ring carved with Alexander's likeness. The Roman adoption of Greek culture, the bilingualism of the Roman elite, the incorporation of Greek philosophy into Roman education, the wholesale borrowing of Greek artistic and architectural forms, was facilitated by the Hellenistic world that served as Rome's cultural intermediary. When Roman legions conquered Egypt, Syria, and Asia Minor, they were conquering not indigenous civilizations, but Hellenistic kingdoms whose Greek-speaking ruling classes and Hellenized urban populations made them intelligible and, in a sense, already familiar to their Roman conquerors. The political model Alexander established, a single ruler governing a multicultural empire through a combination of military force, cultural adaptation, and the deliberate fusion of ruling elites, became the template for imperial governance in the Mediterranean and Near Eastern world for the next 2 millennia. The Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the early Islamic caliphates, the Ottoman Empire, all of them, in different ways and to different degrees, grappled with the same challenges Alexander had faced: how to govern diverse populations, how to balance the culture of the conquerors with the cultures of the conquered, how to create loyalty across linguistic and ethnic boundaries, how to prevent the centrifugal forces of a vast territory from tearing the center apart. Alexander did not solve these problems. He died too young and too suddenly to implement the solutions his vision demanded. But he was the first to articulate the problems at imperial scale. And the political structures his successors created in response remained the dominant framework of governance in the Eastern Mediterranean and Western Asia until the modern era. This political legacy carried within it the same moral contradictions that had defined Alexander's own career. The model of universal empire was simultaneously a vehicle for cultural exchange and a machine for extraction and domination. The Greek cities Alexander and his successors founded were centers of learning and commerce, but they were also instruments of colonial control, enclaves of a foreign ruling class imposed on indigenous populations who had not asked for them and who did not always benefit from their presence. The cultural synthesis that produced Gandharan Buddhist art and the Milinda Panha also produced systems of economic exploitation that channeled the wealth of conquered territories into the hands of Greek and Macedonian elites. The tolerance that Alexander showed toward Persian and Egyptian religion was genuine, but it coexisted with a fundamental assumption inherited from Aristotle and reinforced by the experience of military supremacy, that Greek civilization occupied a position of natural superiority. The peoples who experienced Alexander's conquest from below left fewer records than the conquerors, but the records that survive complicate the narrative of liberation and cultural fusion that the Greek sources prefer. Babylonian chronicles describe Alexander's arrival in terms that are neutral at best and resentful at worst, to Benamdur, a foreign king who performed the correct rituals but whose soldiers looted temples and whose administrators disrupted economic patterns that had functioned for centuries. Egyptian attitudes toward Ptolemaic rule were similarly mixed. The Ptolemies honored Egyptian gods and maintained Egyptian temples, but they also imposed a system of taxation and land tenure that enriched the Greek ruling class at the expense of the Egyptian peasantry. The Rosetta Stone, the famous inscription that provided the key to deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphics, is itself a document of cultural negotiation and implicit tension. A decree issued in 3 scripts because the rulers and the ruled did not share a common written language. In the eastern provinces, the record is sparser but no less ambiguous. The Zoroastrian tradition preserved a memory of Alexander that was unequivocally hostile. In the Zoroastrian texts, Alexander is the accursed, a destroyer who burned the sacred texts, extinguished the holy fires, and murdered the priests. The burning of Persepolis, which Greek tradition could frame as justified retribution for Xerxes' destruction of Athens, was experienced by the Persians as an act of cultural annihilation. The Avesta, the sacred scripture of Zoroastrianism, was said to have been written on 12,000 cowhides and stored at Persepolis. Whether this tradition is literally accurate is debatable, but the cultural memory it preserves is not. For the civilizations that Alexander conquered, his legacy was not an unambiguous gift of Hellenistic enlightenment. It was a complex, painful, and in some cases devastating upheaval that destroyed as much as it created. This duality, the capacity to create and destroy in the same gesture, to build cities and annihilate populations, to honor the gods of the conquered and burn their holy places, is the essence of Alexander's legacy, and it is the reason he remains 23 centuries after his death, one of the most debated and most divisive figures in human history. The military legacy is perhaps the most straightforward dimension, though even here the picture is more complex than simple admiration would suggest. Alexander's tactical innovations, the oblique advance, the use of combined arms in which infantry pinned and cavalry struck, the relentless pursuit after a broken enemy line, the integration of siege engineering with field operations became the foundation of Western military doctrine. Hannibal studied Alexander, Scipio studied Alexander, Caesar studied Alexander. Napoleon kept a biography of Alexander in his campaign library and is reported to have said that Alexander's campaigns were the finest school of warfare in existence. The military academies of the modern world still teach Alexander's battles as case studies in operational art, tactical creativity, and the decisive application of force at the point of maximum leverage. But Alexander's military legacy also includes a lesson that his admirers have been slower to absorb. The campaigns in Sogdiana and India demonstrated the limits of conventional military superiority against guerrilla resistance, decentralized political structures, and hostile geography. Alexander, the greatest tactical genius of his age, spent nearly 2 years in Central Asia fighting an enemy he could never decisively defeat, burning towns and founding garrison cities in a pattern that would be repeated by the British in the 19th century and by the Americans and their allies in the 21st in Mewar, in precisely the same Afghan terrain, against descendants of precisely the same populations with results that Alexander himself would have recognized. The Gedrosian crossing demonstrated that the greatest threat to a conquering army was not the enemy's strength, but the conqueror's own ambition. That the gap between what a leader envisioned and what the physical world permitted could be measured in bodies left in the sand. And there is the question of Alexander himself, the question of what he was as a human being beneath the armor and the mythology and the 2 millennia of accumulated interpretation. The ancient sources give us a man of extraordinary contradictions, generous to those who submitted, savage to those who resisted, intellectually curious, emotionally volatile, capable of genuine tenderness, the cloak over Darius's body, the founding of a city for a horse, and capable of acts so brutal that even his own contemporaries struggled to reconcile them with the man they thought they knew. The killing of Clitus, the crucifixion of 2,000 Tyrians along the beach, the massacre at the city of the Mali, the genocide of the Cassaians as a funeral offering for Hephaestion, the execution of Parmenion without trial, the torture of Philotas. These acts were not aberrations. They were as essential to Alexander's character as the brilliance, the courage, and the vision. He was, in the end, a man consumed by a hunger that no amount of conquest could satisfy. His mother told him he was the son of a god, and he spent his life trying to prove it. His father told him to seek a kingdom equal to himself, and he discovered that no kingdom was large enough. He read the Iliad as a child and decided that he would rather die young and be remembered forever than live a long life and be forgotten. And he got exactly what he chose. He died at 32 with more territory under his control than any human being had ever possessed, and within a generation his empire was gone, his family was dead, and the only thing that remained of him was the name. The most famous name in ancient history, a name that carried the weight of everything he had built and everything he had destroyed, everything he had dreamed and everything that dream had cost. The paradox at the center of Alexander's life is the paradox at the center of all great ambition. The qualities that made his achievements possible, the limitless drive, the refusal to accept boundaries, the conviction that the world existed to be mastered, were the same qualities that made those achievements unsustainable and at times monstrous. He could not build an empire without the hunger that drove him forward, and the hunger that drove him forward could not be satisfied by any empire he built. He was running toward a horizon that moved with him, and the faster he ran, the more of his world he burned through in the pursuit. His generals, his soldiers, his family, his friends, his own body, and all of it was fuel for a fire that burned with extraordinary brilliance and consumed everything it touched. The stories that cultures told about Alexander after his death reveal as much about the storytellers as about the man. In the Greek and Roman tradition, he became the archetype of the conqueror, the standard against which all military and political ambition was measured, the name that generals invoked when they wanted to claim a place in the highest company. In the Jewish tradition, he appeared in the book of Daniel as a figure of apocalyptic prophecy, the bronze kingdom that shattered the silver kingdom of Persia before being itself shattered into fragments. In the Islamic tradition, he became Dhul Qarnayn, the two-horned one, a righteous king mentioned in the Quran who traveled to the ends of the earth and built a wall to contain the forces of chaos. In the Persian tradition, he remained the destroyer, but even the Persian poets could not resist the gravitational pull of his legend. The Shahnameh of Ferdowsi, the great epic of Persian literature, includes Alexander and Iskandar as a figure of ambiguous grandeur, a conqueror whose coming was a catastrophe and whose memory was inescapable. The Alexander Romance, a collection of legends that grew and mutated across languages and centuries, carried his story into every literate culture from Ethiopia to Indonesia, transforming the Macedonian king into a figure of universal mythology who explored the bottom of the sea in a glass diving bell and flew through the sky on a throne carried by griffins. These stories are not history. They are the residue of history, the sediment that settles when the waters of fact recede, shaped by the desires and anxieties of the cultures that preserved them. But they testify to something real about the scale of the impression Alexander left on the human imagination. No other figure from the ancient world generated a comparable body of legend across so many cultures and so many centuries. Caesar comes close. Augustus does not. The Persian kings Alexander overthrew are remembered, when they are remembered at all, primarily through their connection to him. He became the lens through which the ancient world was viewed, the figure around whom the narrative of civilizational contact and collision was organized, the name that stood for the moment when the Mediterranean world and the Asian world collided and were permanently changed by the impact. Whether that collision was, on balance, a gift or a catastrophe depends on where you stood when the wave hit. For the Greek-speaking world, Alexander's conquests opened horizons that transformed their civilization from a regional culture into a world culture, generating intellectual and artistic achievements that remain foundational to the present day. For the civilizations of the East, the same conquest brought disruption, exploitation, and cultural damage alongside whatever benefits the exchange of ideas and technologies provided. The truth, as with most things involving Alexander, resists simplification. The man who dreamed of a world unified under a single rule, where Greeks and Persians and Indians would govern together as partners, also left a trail of burned cities, enslaved populations, and murdered rivals from the Aegean to the Punjab. The vision and the violence were not separate qualities that existed in tension. They were the same quality expressed in different registers. The absolute refusal to accept the world as it was applied with equal intensity to the construction of cities and the destruction of peoples who stood in the way. Night falls over the ruins of Babylon, as it has fallen for 23 centuries since the evening when Alexander's fever finally consumed the last of his extraordinary vitality. The palace of Nebuchadnezzar, where the conqueror of the world drew his final breath, is dust. The great walls that awed his Macedonian soldiers are eroded mounds in the Iraqi landscape, indistinguishable from the surrounding desert to an untrained eye. The Ishtar Gate is in a museum in Berlin, reconstructed from fragments, beautiful and displaced. The canal systems that made Mesopotamia the richest agricultural region on earth have silted up, and the land that once fed empires is dry. But the city Alexander founded on the Egyptian coast still stands. Alexandria has been conquered, burned, rebuilt, conquered again, and rebuilt again across the millennia. And through all of it, the city has retained its name and its identity as a meeting point of civilizations, a place where Africa, Europe, and Asia converge, where the Mediterranean opens toward the wider world, where the ambition of a 24-year-old king who traced lines in barley grain on a strip of sand between a lake and the sea continues to shape the lives of millions of people who have never heard the details of how their city came to exist. The roads Alexander marched remain, in many cases, the routes that modern highways follow. The cities he founded, Kandahar, Herat, Merv, Khujand, retain in their names or their locations the imprint of a passage that occurred before the Roman Republic had reached its full extent, before the Han Dynasty had unified China, before the great migrations that would reshape Europe had begun. The cultural connections he established between the Mediterranean and South Asia persisted long after the political structures that sustained them had crumbled, carrying goods, ideas, religious traditions, and artistic conventions back and forth along routes that would eventually become the Silk Road, the most important commercial and cultural artery in pre-modern history, and one whose western terminus was anchored in territories that Alexander had been the first Western conqueror to reach. He sleeps somewhere beneath the streets of the city he founded, or perhaps he does not. The tomb that Julius Caesar visited, that Augustus touched with clumsy reverence, that Caligula plundered for a breastplate, that tomb has been sought by archaeologists, treasure hunters, historians, and dreamers for centuries, and it has not been found. Every few years, a new theory emerges beneath the mosque of the prophet Daniel, beneath the Latin cemetery, beneath the intersection of the ancient Canopic Way and the street of the Soma, somewhere in the dense urban fabric of a city that has been continuously inhabited for 23 centuries, and that has built itself layer upon layer over whatever remains of its founder's resting place. The search continues because the human desire to locate the physical remains of extraordinary individuals runs deeper than reason, deeper than scholarly skepticism, deeper than the understanding that a body is only a body, and that the thing that made Alexander extraordinary, the mind, the will, the fire, departed from those bones on a June evening in Babylon and cannot be recovered by any excavation, however meticulous. And yet the absence of the body carries its own strange eloquence. Alexander, who spent his entire life in motion, who could not rest, who could not stop, who crossed every river and climbed every wall and marched into every desert because standing still was the one thing his nature would not permit. Alexander, in death, continues to elude. The man who was found by everyone he pursued cannot himself be found. There is a symmetry in that which the ancient Greeks, with their deep appreciation for the patterns that the gods wove through mortal lives, would have recognized and appreciated. The conqueror who could not be contained by any kingdom is not contained by any tomb. The man who refused every boundary in life refuses the final boundary in death, the boundary of a known and visited grave, a fixed point on the earth's surface where the story can be said definitively to end. But stories do not end at graves. They end, if they end at all, at the point where the life that generated them ceases to exert its influence on the living. And by that measure, Alexander's story has not ended. It has not even begun to end. The questions his life posed are as urgent and as unanswerable now as they were when his generals stood over his cooling body in Babylon and realized that the world they had known for 12 years had just ceased to exist. What is the relationship between greatness and destruction? Can the one exist without the other? Alexander's life suggests that they cannot. That the qualities which enable human beings to reshape the world on the largest scale are inseparable from the qualities which cause the most profound human suffering. The vision that built Alexandria also burned Persepolis. The courage that inspired 47,000 men to face 250,000 at Gaugamela also drove Alexander over the wall at the Mali city, nearly killing him and terrifying the army that depended on his survival. The charisma that held a multicultural empire together through the force of one man's personality also created an empire so dependent on that personality that it shattered the moment the personality was removed. Alexander could not have been Alexander without the excess, or without the drinking, the rage, the divine pretensions, the absolute refusal to accept that any human limit applied to him. The excess was the engine. Remove it, and you have a competent king who consolidates his father's conquest and governs a prosperous Macedonian kingdom for 40 years. You do not have the man who changed the world. The world changing required the excess, and the excess required the destruction, and the destruction was the price the world paid for the change. This is not a comfortable conclusion. It offers no moral clarity, no lesson that can be neatly extracted and applied. It does not tell us whether Alexander was good or evil, because Alexander was both simultaneously and inseparably in proportions that shifted from one day to the next, and that the man himself could not always distinguish. The king who laid his cloak over Darius and the king who crucified 2,000 men on a beach were the same king, acting from the same core of identity, driven by the same hunger. The lover who wept over Hephaestion's body and the commander who exterminated the Caucaeans as a funeral offering were the same man, processing the same grief through the only channels his nature provided: tenderness for the one he had lost, and violence against a world that had dared to take that person from him. What remains when the moral accounting is set aside, not because it is unimportant, but because it is inexhaustible, because every generation will weigh these scales differently, and none will achieve a final balance. What remains is the sheer magnitude of what one human life accomplished. In the Iliad is given a choice by the fates. He can live a long, peaceful life and be forgotten, or he can die young at Troy and be remembered forever. He chooses glory. He chooses the short life that burns with such intensity that its light reaches across the millennia. Alexander made the same choice consciously, deliberately, with his eyes open and a copy of the Iliad under his pillow. He chose the short life. He chose the fire. And like Achilles, he got exactly what he chose: a life so bright that it blinds anyone who looks at it directly, a name that has outlasted every institution he created and every building he built, a story that refuses to be contained by the categories of history or biography or moral philosophy because it is too large, too contradictory, and too human to fit inside any single frame. But Alexander was not Achilles. Achilles is a character in a poem, and his choice carries no consequences beyond the narrative that contains it. Alexander was a real person whose choices had consequences measured in hundreds of thousands of lives. Lives extinguished in battle, lives destroyed by the political chaos that followed his death, lives disrupted by the displacement of populations and the destruction of cities, and lives enriched by the cultural connections, the intellectual exchange, and the expanded horizons that his conquests made possible. The Iliad does not ask the reader to weigh the cost of Achilles' glory against the suffering of the Trojans who died to provide it. History demands that weighing. It demands that we hold Alexander's achievements and Alexander's atrocities in the same hand and feel the weight of both simultaneously, without allowing either to cancel the other. The ancient world held Alexander in a regard so profound that it bordered on the religious, and in some cases crossed that border entirely. Temples were dedicated to him. Offerings were made at his altars. His image appeared on coins, on gems, on the walls of public buildings across 3 continents. His name was given to children in languages he never spoke, in lands he never reached. The Alexander Romance, that sprawling, shape-shifting collection of legends, carried his story into medieval Europe, into the Islamic world, into Southeast Asia, into communities that had never heard of Macedonia or the Hellespont, but who recognized in Alexander's story something universal. The tale of a mortal who reached for the divine, who sought the edge of the world and found it, who burned too hot and too fast and left behind an absence that could not be filled. In the centuries after his death, Alexander became less a historical figure and more a mirror, a surface onto which each culture projected its own deepest aspirations and anxieties. For the Romans, he was the model of military glory, the standard against which every general measured himself, the name that meant absolute conquest. For the medieval Christians, he was a warning about the sin of pride and the futility of earthly ambition, a man who conquered the world and could not conquer death. For the Islamic scholars who studied and transmitted the Greek philosophical tradition that Alexander's conquests had helped to spread, he was Iskandar, the seeker of wisdom, the king who journeyed to the ends of the earth not merely for conquest but for knowledge, who sought the water of life and was denied it because immortality was reserved for the divine. For the Persians, he remained the great destroyer, but also paradoxically a figure who had been absorbed into the Persian literary tradition so thoroughly that he had become, in a sense, Persian, claimed by the very culture he had shattered, domesticated by the very civilization he had sought to replace. Each of these interpretations captures something true about Alexander, and none of them captures everything. He was the conqueror and the seeker and the destroyer and the builder. He was the man who wept over his enemy's body and the man who dragged his enemy behind a chariot. He was the student who sent botanical specimens to his teacher and the king who had his teacher's nephew tortured and killed. He was the son who carried his mother's stories of divine conception as a talisman against mediocrity, and the son who never went home, who left his mother to fight his political battles while he pursued his own across the breadth of Asia, and who died in Babylon having not seen her face in over a decade. He was the friend who called Hephaestion also Alexander, and the king who could not prevent his own nature from destroying the friendships that sustained him. He was, in the fullest and most painful sense of the word, human, extraordinary beyond measure, flawed beyond redemption, and irreducible to any single interpretation, any single judgment, any single word. The night deepens over the ancient lands he crossed. The stars that guided Nearchus through the Arabian Sea still burn above the waters of the Persian Gulf. The passes of the Hindu Kush still hold snow into the spring, and the wind that blows through them carries the same cold that numbed the fingers of Macedonian soldiers 23 centuries ago. The Indus still flows south to the sea that Alexander waded into with a golden cup, and the monsoon rains still fall on the plains of the Punjab where Bucephalus carried his rider for the last time. The Euphrates and the Tigris still merge in the flatlands of southern Iraq, though the marshes that once surrounded Babylon have been drained and refilled and drained again by the successive civilizations that have claimed the land. The Aegean still breaks against the shore of Asia Minor where Alexander hurled his spear into the sand and claimed a continent by right of arms. These landscapes endure. They endure long after the men who crossed them, the armies that bled on them, the cities that rose and fell upon them. The earth absorbs the blood and the ambition equally, without preference, without memory, without judgment. A plain in northern Iraq where 250,000 men fought and died on an October afternoon is today farmland. Fields of wheat and barley tended by people whose daily concerns are as far from the politics of Macedon and Persia as it is possible to imagine. The battlefield of Gaugamela has no monument. There is no visitor center, no guided tour, no preserved section of leveled ground where Darius's chariots once built speed for their doomed charge. The earth has reclaimed it completely, as the earth reclaims everything and the only evidence that the most consequential battle of the ancient world was fought. There exists in the pages of books written by men who were not present and who relied on the accounts of men who were. This is perhaps the final irony of Alexander's life, a life so saturated with irony that even the man who lived it might have appreciated one more. He sought immortality. He pursued it with a single-mindedness that surpassed anything the ancient world had seen. He wanted his name to outlast stone, to outlast bronze, to outlast the very languages in which it was spoken. And he succeeded. His name has lasted. It has lasted longer than the empire he built, longer than the dynasty he founded, longer than the cities he established, longer than the cultural traditions he set in motion. Alexander the Great is one of the few names from the ancient world that requires no introduction in any language currently spoken on earth. He achieved the immortality he sought. He achieved exactly what Achilles achieved, the undying name, the story that people tell each other across the centuries, the life that burns so brightly in memory that it illuminates the darkness on either side of it. But the name is not the man. The name is a symbol, a story, a collection of interpretations layered over a reality that recedes further from us with every passing year. The man, the actual, physical, breathing, bleeding, drinking, weeping, raging, laughing, suffering man who walked the earth for 32 years, that man is gone. He has been gone for 23 centuries. His body, wherever it lies, has long since returned to the elements that composed it, the hand that held the sarissa at the Granicus, the eyes that spotted the gap in the Persian line at Gaugamela, the voice that rallied the army at Opis, the chest that an Indian arrow punched through at the Mali city. All of it is dust. The atoms that were Alexander have dispersed across the earth and the atmosphere and the ocean, recycled by the blind machinery of chemistry and physics into a million other forms, none of them aware of what they once composed. What persists is the story, and stories, unlike bodies, unlike empires, unlike cities built on the shores of ancient lakes, do not require physical location to survive. They require only the willingness of one human mind to transmit them to another, across whatever distance and whatever medium the moment provides. The story of Alexander has been transmitted in clay tablets and papyrus scrolls, in illuminated manuscripts and printed books, in oral traditions that carried it across deserts and mountains without a single written word, in languages that did not exist when Alexander lived, to audiences who inhabit a world that he could not have imagined, a world where the distances he spent years covering can be crossed in hours, where the knowledge he sent back to Aristotle on the backs of mules is available to anyone with a connection to a global network of information, where the cities he founded can be viewed from space. He would have wanted to see it, this world. He would have wanted to know what lay beyond the Ganges, beyond the Eastern Ocean, beyond the horizon that always retreated before him no matter how fast he marched. He would have wanted to know about China, about the Americas, about the vast southern continent that no Greek ever suspected existed. He would have wanted to measure it, to catalog it, to send specimens back to someone who could make sense of it all, and then having seen it and measured it and cataloged it, he would have wanted to conquer it because that was who he was. The boy whose father told him to seek a kingdom equal to himself, the boy who spent his entire life searching and who never found it, because the kingdom he sought was not a place on any map. It was the feeling of being limitless, of being unconstrained, of being equal to the world itself in scope and power and permanence. It was the feeling that mortality, the one enemy he could never outrun, the one wall he could never scale, the one river he could never cross, did not apply to him. It applied to him. It applies to everyone. The arrow finds the lung. The fever breaks the body. The wine accumulates its slow damage in the organs and the judgment. The years, which Alexander did not have enough of to learn the lessons they teach, do their patient work of erosion on even the hardest stone. The man who would not accept limits was limited by the most fundamental limit of all, and the empire he built with such ferocious energy and such extraordinary vision collapsed behind him like a wave retreating from a shore, leaving only the foam of legend and the scattered stones of cities that remember his name but not his face. The wind blows across the plain of Gaugamela. It stirs the wheat. It carries dust from the low hills to the east, where the Persian army once stretched from horizon to horizon, where the war elephants swayed in the heat haze, where the golden pomegranates gleamed on the spears of the immortals. The dust settles on the fields. A farmer walks a furrow that Alexander's cavalry crossed at a gallop 23 centuries ago, the hooves of Bucephalus striking the earth that the farmer's plow now turns. The farmer does not think about Alexander. The earth does not remember Alexander. The wheat grows without reference to the blood that fed it. But somewhere tonight, someone is reading about a boy who turned a horse to face the sun. Someone is reading about a young king who hurled a spear into the sand of Asia and claimed a continent. Someone is reading about 47,000 men who stood on a plain in Mesopotamia and faced 250,000 and did not break. Someone is hearing this story for the first time, and the story is doing what stories do. It is reaching across the centuries, across the silence and the dust and the distance, and it is saying, this happened. A human being did this. A person not fundamentally different from you. Born of a mother, shaped by a father, educated by a teacher, driven by hungers and fears and loves that you would recognize in yourself if you looked honestly enough. This person stood on the earth you stand on and refused to accept the limits the world placed on him, and for 12 furious, brilliant, terrible years the world could not prove him wrong. The stars turn over Babylon, the river flows. Somewhere beneath Alexandria, or scattered in the soil of a dozen countries, or dissolved into the waters of seas he crossed and seas he never saw, the dust of Alexander sleeps. Let it sleep. The story does not.